Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Thursday's episode, as always. This is episode 60 now. I might have to split this series up into seasons. I don't know. I think if I do that, I think I'm going to change the name to Thursday's Tech or something like that. Something simple. But yeah, this is the Thursday weekly live stream that I do on this channel. For those of you that are new, welcome to the Game Tech Reviews channel, where we cover hardware. Primarily, it's turned into a tech channel, but we do cover games on occasion. We're probably going to be talking about a game that came out literally this week. That's Ghost of Tsushima on PC, so we will be covering that on this channel. I might actually live stream that game, not on this stream, but sometime in the near future. But yeah, we do discuss things with gaming. So if you are someone who plays video games, particularly on PC, we do cover that on occasion. But if you're into PC DIY, like if you like building PCs as a hobby, or if you're a system integrator, this is the right channel for that kind of thing. Like if you have questions or discussion points, we like to do that on this channel, especially on these Thursday live streams. So by all means, ask away. My regular viewers are very into technology as well, so they might also sound off in the comments from their own experience. So, hey Nicholas, hey Mate Prism, what's going on? That being said, the current situation with the PC hardware industry, it's kind of stale right now. We are in that dry season, that technology drought, if you will, where there's not a whole lot going on. Now, in a few weeks, there is going to be Computex taking place in Taiwan every year. For those that don't know, there is a very, very large press event. It's like a convention, basically, that happens once a year in Taipei, which is the capital of Taiwan. It is basically the largest technology show. It showcases lots of things coming down, probably releasing this summer or in the holiday season or the end of the year, as well as forward-looking technologies. So Taiwan is where it's at. Anyone who knows anything about semiconductors knows that this is true. TSMC is there. All the big chip manufacturers, chip design companies have a presence there. All the motherboard manufacturer companies are literally based out of Taiwan. Like ASUS, for example, and Gigabyte. So a lot of stuff is going to be happening in the next couple of weeks. June is going to be a complete shift in terms of technology focus. There's going to be a lot of stuff uncovered and revealed at Computex, or at least that's usually how it goes. And we are in an odd-numbered year. Did I say odd-numbered year? I meant to say even-numbered year. We are in an even-numbered year, 2024. So in even-numbered years, recently, based off of how the current trends have gone, ever since the pandemic, so basically 2020, which was now 4 years ago, the even-numbered years have become the years where all the big next-generation hardware releases. So I can give you guys a lot of historical context on that. We've talked about this time and time again on my channel, all my regular viewers. To them, this will sound like a broken record, repeating 2020 and 2022, but Ryzen 5000 was 2020, RTX 30 series was 2020, RDNA 2 was 2020, Intel 13th gen was 2020. So fast forward 2 years later, 2022, what do we get? Ryzen 7000 series, RTX 40 series, RDNA 3 series. So you basically get the entire refresh. Did I say 13th gen in 2020? 13th gen was 2022. 10th gen was 2020. So the point is, the even-numbered years have become the years where all the big hardware updates in terms of generation over generation technology inflection points happen. So if you're somebody who is thinking about upgrading your PC or building a brand new PC, either if you're building for the very first time or if you're thinking of upgrading this year, you're going to want to wait until the second half of the year because that is where all the action is going to be. If you're buying into hardware now, yes, you can do that. And we've talked about the pros and cons of buying into a mature platform versus a newer platform. But just know that if you're buying now, you will be buying last generation hardware. It's like someone who goes out and buys, like if someone buys a brand new car, like you know how the next year model always comes out in the previous year. So for example, this is 2024. That means the 2025 model year cars will be for sale, typically starting around the summer of this year. If not already, some of them might be out now. But the 2025 model year for cars happens in 2024. Likewise, the next generation of PC parts is going to launch later this year. So that's the reason why I would highly recommend not doing any upgrades right now unless you don't care about next generation and you're someone who doesn't really upgrade that often, because depending on what you're on, you know, if you're on something that's really, really old, like 7-year-old hardware, 10-year-old hardware, then any upgrade to whatever's out now, even though it's last generation, that's going to be a massive upgrade over what you have. Just know, though, that there's even newer stuff. If you're willing to wait a few more months, there's even newer stuff coming out. So typically, I don't tell people to wait, because I'm not the type of person who waits around forever. But because we're in a situation where it's like only a few more months at this point, you might as well do the waiting game. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying this. Like if this was 6 months ago, I wouldn't be saying this. So just keep that in mind. Hey, RK. So that being said, second half of the year, that's where all the action is. There's not a lot to talk about technology-wise. So it's basically focusing on what the media has been talking about. So this first story here, ASUS posts an official statement concerning recent RMA issues. Now, I'm somebody who has not had to do a lot of RMAs, thankfully. I guess either I'm lucky or I don't know. Like, maybe I don't buy enough computer hardware to experience a lot of RMAs. But I have not had to deal with ASUS RMA before. Like, I've never had to do it. Knock on wood, I hope I don't ever have to do that. But from what I've heard recently, and I think anyone who follows this space has probably seen the Gamers Nexus video. I'm not going to really talk about that video. If you want to find out what I'm talking about, you can go look that up later. But the point is, there have been some issues with the RMA process with ASUS. Now, Gamers Nexus is not the only large tech channel that has brought this to my attention. There is another smaller channel, not much larger than my channel, but much smaller than Gamers Nexus channel, that has also run into issues recently with ASUS's RMA department and their support people. And I think that case has been open for 2 weeks, and they still haven't managed to figure out how to do the RMA. So, yeah, people will say, like Nicholas is saying, ASUS doing ASUS things. I don't know. Statements like that are very bad for the manufacturer. That's very brand damaging as far as I'm concerned. But I know about the problem with their ROG allies. So the ROG allies have been having an issue where the micro SD card, I think it's a micro SD card, that sits, it's basically very close to the exhaust vent where the hot air comes out. And supposedly, the story goes that those micro SD cards are dying prematurely, and they're failing due to the high temperature in the surrounding area from the vent. So ASUS has announced with their upcoming ROG Ally X, or Ally 10, or I guess it's X, I'm not sure what they call it, but the next generation ROG Ally, which is their handheld, which is basically what's pictured here. This is the ROG Ally from ASUS. This is a handheld, Windows-based handheld, I might add. So for those that play mobile games, for example, that can be played on Windows, they'll probably go with this over a Steam Deck for ease of use. Now, however, this thing has been having problems with the memory card, the micro SD card failing. And they announced with the upcoming ROG Ally X that they have moved the SD card away from the exhaust vent, so that will no longer be a problem. Someone tried to call them out on saying that they did that because of this problem. And then ASUS, somebody from ASUS said that that was not the reason why they moved the SD card. So then they asked, well, then what was the real reason? And crickets. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't own an ROG Ally, so I can't really get into this one way or the other. I'm just kind of looking at it from somebody on the sidelines. But I wouldn't be surprised if they moved it because of thermal reasons. You've had nothing but awful experience with ASUS RMA? What have you had to RMA? I almost had to RMA a motherboard one time and a graphics card one time. But thankfully, in the case of the motherboard, I actually figured out the problem. Or, well, no, I didn't figure out the problem. I basically gave up and just accepted the reality that they weren't going to do anything. That was actually the most recent thing. The other time I had to deal with, well, that one wasn't actually an RMA, so I take that back. That wasn't an RMA. That was just me interacting with ASUS's tech support, and it was not, I mean, it was a okay experience, I would say. It's probably like a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. So it wasn't terrible. I mean, the hardware's not faulty, but I almost had to RMA a graphics card in the past for ASUS, and it's the only ASUS graphics card that I've ever owned, which I still have to this day, you know, in storage somewhere in my collection. It is a Radeon, it's an ASUS ROG Matrix Platinum HD 7970. So it's a Radeon card from 2013 or 2012 or something. It's like super old at this point. It's like 12 years old. But I almost had to RMA that graphics card. Thankfully, I just did a return. I did basically an exchange with Newegg because I purchased it from Newegg at the time. And Newegg did the swap, no questions asked. So props to Newegg. I basically avoided ASUS support because the retailer was able to do that. But oftentimes that's not good for the retailer. But it's not a terrible loss for the retailer if you do an exchange. Now, if you do a return and you get your money back, then yeah, then that's bad for the retailer because they lose the sale. They have to refund, and then they basically now have either an open box, or if it's defective, they have to deal with the RMA with ASUS themselves. So that's kind of a headache that gets pushed onto them because you no longer have to deal with that. So, but basically Newegg swapped the GPU for me, so I didn't have to deal with ASUS. So I've never had to deal with their RMA process. ASUS is going to improve the RMA process by dousing your device in gasoline. Yeah, so let's see. They issued a statement. Recent feedback has highlighted some gaps in our RMA communication process in the US and Canada. We deeply apologize. Notice that they say US and Canada. So is this to assume that the rest of the world doesn't have these problems? Is this only a US and Canada problem? Somehow I doubt that's the case. I really wonder sometimes with these companies that are strictly consumer focused countries, meaning they don't do a lot of business to business sales, or if they do, their business to business departments are much smaller entities, and they are probably a much smaller component of their overall business revenue on an annual basis. I wonder how their customer support is in other parts of the world, particularly in the European Union, the UK, and in Asia. I really, really wonder how ASUS RMA support is in these other parts of the world, because I don't think the problem is strictly isolated to the US and Canada. But I would need proof from other regions to back up that claim. I'm not going to just say, hey, I think it's a problem everywhere. I'm not going to say that because I don't have any proof. But if somebody from either Asia or the EU or wherever else that's not anywhere that's not US and Canada, if they have had to deal with the ASUS RMA process, I'm curious to know what their experience was like. I bet some parts of EU are fine. Some countries have quite strong laws. Yeah, but it's not like that for every part of the EU. That's the thing. And I really wonder how the support is in Asia. And when I say Asia, it's probably good in the home country, like Taiwan. The support is probably really good. But what about places like Indonesia, Malaysia, basically like India, Southeast Asia and South Asia? Those places have very, very large populations. So the amount of potential sales that ASUS stands to, the amount of money basically that ASUS stands to make from that part of the world is pretty substantial. Obviously, the Chinese market as well is another large one. I wonder how the support is in China. Like anyone who has to deal with them in China, like what is that like? So Australia has pretty good laws as well. Yeah, but we're assuming that it's not a problem there, but we don't actually know, right? Like unless anyone can tell me otherwise. But they're saying the process in the US and Canada. I wonder if they're calling out US and Canada because that region got a lot of coverage because of the Gamers Nexus video. Because Gamers Nexus is based in North America. I wonder if that's the case. Because you didn't have other channels that are based in other parts of the world. Like, for instance, Der Bauer is based in Germany. And I don't think I don't know if he did a video on this subject. But, yeah, I don't know if this problem is strictly just US and Canada. Because typically, if a company has a problem like this, it usually stems from it's a corporate culture mentality, and it's usually complacency, and it's usually when a company becomes really large, or they grow too fast, and they basically get too caught up in their success that they let it slip. They let something slip, like customer service, for example. That's the prime example here. Because ASUS, like my history with ASUS has usually been positive. I've never really had any serious problems other than the two that I pointed out. One was like it would have been an RMA, but I resolved it through the retail chain. Basically, Newegg did the swap. And the other time, I don't know. I'm gonna give ASUS the benefit of the doubt. I think that their support staff, they either had their hands tied in what they could say to me in terms of like yes or no in terms of support. Like this thing that I'm talking about strictly has to deal with Thunderbolt and USB 4 on an AMD platform, and I know that Thunderbolt is an Intel technology. But Intel basically donated it for USB 4. But Thunderbolt 3 is... USB 4 is basically based off of Thunderbolt 3. So it's, for all intents and purposes, they're identical. The difference is Thunderbolt requires Intel certification. Like Intel has to sign off and say, yes, this device that you want to sell in the consumer market or the enterprise market is Thunderbolt certified. Like they have to certify it. There's a process. Now, if ASUS wants to sell a product like Thunderbolt or USB 4 on AMD, they can do that, but they have to go through the process. So I don't know if the problem is Intel or if the problem is ASUS, because the specific problem that I'm referring to is using a Thunderbolt 4 card that ASUS manufactures. It is the ASUS Thunderbolt 4 EX or EX4 Thunderbolt 4 add-in card. I attempted to use that with my ASUS Threadripper motherboard, and it detects it, but it will not turn on PCIe tunneling. So I opened a support ticket with ASUS saying, hey, I can't get PCI tunneling to turn on with your Thunderbolt card in your Threadripper motherboard. What's the problem here? And they tried to troubleshoot it, but they were like, at the end of the day, we don't think it's a supported config, so we're going to close the case. That's basically how the case went down. They weren't able to help me at the end of the day. So I told them, I know that they announced a USB 4 card, so I'll probably just wait for that. I asked them when that would come out. Obviously, they didn't tell me. They're not going to answer, even though they just announced it. So that's basically my recent interaction with ASUS support, and that happened back in January of this year. So that was the last time I dealt with ASUS support. So, and I know that the specific card, we've talked about this on this live stream earlier this year about USB 4 and how the newer CPUs that are coming out this year, pretty much a lot of them are going to have USB 4 support day one. It's not going to be like how it was with Zen 4 and with Intel, and almost like a complete lack of Thunderbolt support on both AMD and Intel desktop motherboards, unless you wanted to spend like $500 or more on a motherboard that had that stuff. So anyway, that is my experience with ASUS support. ASUS are on my personal never buy list. Really? Wow. ASUS have been bad since around the 900, 1000 series from Nvidia for a tech shop. ASUS denied the RMA, claiming I was mining. What? How would they even be able to prove that, though? How would they be able to prove that you were mining? Unless they had some kind of chip in your card that, like, looked at what sort of... But see, even then, like, how would they even know? You know what I mean? Like, unless they had some kind of, like, CIA chip installed on the video card board that looked at what sort of algorithms or workloads. But even then, how would they be able to prove that it was crypto? They 100% couldn't. Yeah, I know. Like, yeah, that I don't know, man. But I agree with you. I don't buy ASUS graphics cards. I think ASUS graphics cards are overpriced garbage. Like, okay, maybe the newer ones are not complete garbage anymore, but I still think that ASUS graphics cards, as far as I'm concerned, I'll never buy an ASUS graphics card. I had to fix the one ASUS graphics card that I had to buy. I had to fix it myself because, like, whatever. So, like, it was the same exact model that I ended up having Newegg swap. So I did an exchange with Newegg because the first one... So here's the story. Let me tell you guys the story of my time where I had to buy an ASUS GPU. Hold on, where... Let's go to Tech Power Up. HD 7970 Matrix Platinum. Okay, this is my one and only ASUS graphics card. The ASUS ROG Matrix HD 7970 Platinum Edition. I have a video on this channel from the year, I think the year is 2014 or 2013. I think it's early 2014 or late 2013. On this very channel, showing that I think the title of the video is how to fix ASUS Matrix Platinum graphics card artifacts or artifacting, or how to fix GPU artifacting. So the first one of these, it was artifacting out of the box. I was playing Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn 2.0 back in the day. This would have been like fall 2013, because that's when that game came out. And this was the graphics card that I was using. Out of the box, the thing was artifacting. I knew it was memory VRAM related artifacts because I'm someone who knows how to overclock graphics cards. So I know when the memory is to blame versus the core. So I immediately knew it was a VRAM problem. So what was the first thing I did? Downclock the VRAM. I underclocked the VRAM to the base AMD spec. because this is the most factory overclocked 7970 in the world. This was ASUS's top of the line. So for those that don't know what this is the equivalent of an RTX 4090 Strix, which goes for like $2,000 or up to $2,200 today. So at the time, keep in mind, this GPU was new in 2012. This was the fastest graphics card in the world when it came out. Nvidia eventually like topped this with the GTX 780, but for a while, the 7970 gigahertz edition was faster than the GTX 680, which was its direct rival back in the day. That card had 2 gigs of RAM. This card had 3 gigs of RAM. This had a 384-bit bus. So this was the world's fastest graphics card. And on top of that, this was the fastest of the fastest, because the ASUS Matrix Platinum, and this is the whole reason why I bought it, the factory overclock was like 1100 megahertz or something. Where's the clock on here? There it is, 1100 megahertz. And you could easily clock this thing. You could easily overclock this to 1200. And if you were really, really lucky and you won the Silicon Lottery, you could get close to 1300 megahertz. In 2012, I mean, today that doesn't sound like a lot, but back then, that was fast. That was a very fast GPU clock speed back in 2012. So that's the whole reason why I bought this thing. 6 monitors. It had 2 DVI and it had 4 display ports. It's a triple slot. See why I say 3 fingers? 1, 2, 3 fingers. Triple finger GPU. Way back in 2012, they already had big, fat, thick graphics cards way back in the day. So it's not like RTX 30 series made all the GPUs obese. No, we've had obese GPUs since 2012. It's been a long time since you've seen an obese AMD card, although Vega 64 was kind of like this. And then later on, obviously, the current XTX, some of those can be really thick boys, if you know what I mean. So, what I'm saying is this was the best of the best. And out of the box, it was artifacting. So the first thing I did was take the 1650 megahertz memory, dropped it to 1500 because that's AMD's stock, and lo and behold, the artifacting kind of stopped. Like the artifacting would go away, but then it would come back and go away and come back, and when it would happen like so fast that it was like the game was unplayable. So at that point, I was like, okay, nope. I opened the ticket with Newegg. I said, hey, this card has memory artifacting. I want to do an exchange because otherwise I want to return it. And they accepted the exchange, so I sent it back to them. They sent me another one. The new card did the exact same thing. So then I had to do more troubleshooting. I like swapped to an older GPU, no problems. I put this GPU back in. So then I started looking at how it's actually designed. And what I found out was that 4 of the VRAM chips, first of all, ASUS, their VBIOS on this card overvolts the VRAM by 0.1 volts. So the default voltage for GDDR5 is 1.5 volts. When I looked at the actual voltage that they apply to the VRAM from their VBIOS, they're applying 1.6 volts on the memory. 1.6 is overvolted VRAM. So I figured, okay, they're overvolting the VRAM. Now that should not be a problem, provided that the memory chips are adequately cooled. So I started investigating how their heatsink is designed, and I come to find out that the unisync that covers up the VRAM and the VRMs, it is a singular plate. However, 4 of the memory chips, this diagonal one and these 3 on this side, these 4 are completely exposed to the open air. They're not covered by the Unisync at all. So I figured, okay, that's the reason why the games are artifacting. It's because those memory chips are overvolted to 1.6 volts and they have no heatsink. They're fully dependent on the fan blowing air through the heatsink. The heatsink is for the GPU, not for the RAM. It's fully dependent on the airflow of the fans, and apparently it wasn't enough airflow because obviously we're having artifacting. So what I did was I went to Micro Center and bought specific little aluminum memory heat sinks. Luckily, Micro Center actually had these. So I bought like a pack of 8 of them, and I used 4 of them, and I put them on these 4. I had to disassemble the card to do this mod. The whole video that I have on the YouTube channel shows how to do this. Like, if you guys look on my channel, how to fix ASUS Matrix, whatever, artifacting, you'll find the old video. I'm pretty sure it's from like, probably, if I'm guessing either like early 2014 or late 2013. It's somewhere around there. But I show how to disassemble the card and put the heat sinks on these 4 chips. And sure enough, after I did that mod, problem solved. No more artifacts. The card, to this day, the card still works, and it still has those 4 heat sinks just kind of bolted on top of those VRAM chips. But that's how I had to solve the problem. So I actually had to take the problem into my own hands and solve it, because I figured, okay, if I RMA, the chance of this happening again is going to keep happening. The alternative would have been to flash a different BIOS on the card that would not overvolt the RAM, but then you would lose the overclocking performance. The out-of-box overclocks, it would run at the default reference card specs if I did that. So I'm like, man, if I'm paying for this specific card, it should be able to run as advertised. So that is my experience with ASUS graphics cards, and I basically told myself after that, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to buy another ASUS card next time, because like, the consumer shouldn't have to fix the manufacturer's problems. And I'm not saying anybody should have to do what I did. Clearly, the RMA route is the correct route to follow. But, yeah, especially because most people don't even understand the problem. Like, they don't understand what's causing the problem if their game has artifacting. Unless there's someone who actually knows technical aspects of overclocking and knows exactly what to look for. I think ASUS is known for horrible AMD cards in general. Well, no, because their Nvidia ones were exactly the same. They had a they had a Matrix, I think it was like a Matrix 780 or a Matrix 680, GTX 680. It was the exact same cooler. They just bolted it on to the Nvidia card. It was the same deal. They didn't cover like half of the memory chips, or maybe they covered all of them. I don't know. The Nvidia card had less memory though. So maybe they didn't have the extra chips, because the Nvidia card was a 2 GB, the AMD one was a 3 GB. So maybe the Nvidia one didn't have the problem because it just didn't have the extra memory. Who knows? I don't know. There was a period of time where ASUS and Gigabyte and maybe MSI, although MSI typically would do, it kind of depended on the model. But yeah, there was a time where these 3 companies, ASUS, Gigabyte, and MSI, would design a cooler for an Nvidia GPU, and then they would reuse the same cooler with minimal changes, probably just like where the screw holes go, the spacing on the PCB. They would just reuse the same cooler for an AMD card. Like, they wouldn't design a cooler around the characteristics of the AMD GPU. Like, this is well documented. And that's the reason why I don't, to this day, I personally will never buy an ASUS graphics card, a Gigabyte graphics card, or an MSI graphics card. None of them. Like, those 3 companies, when it comes to graphics cards, those 3 companies don't exist to me. Like, they're dead to me. It's like noise. They just kind of blend into the background. You know what I'm saying? So like, if I'm looking for an Nvidia graphics card, it's either going to be PNY. Well, okay, if it's an Nvidia card, it's going to be Founders Edition, and it's going to be only Founders Edition and nothing else. The only exception might be PNY for a professional card, or Zotac. And that's basically it. So those are my choices. PNY or Zotac. And I typically would never buy their gaming cards anyway. I would just buy Nvidia Founders Edition, and that's it. That's it. That's why all the videos that you've seen with me showcasing Nvidia GPUs, they're always Nvidia Founders Edition cards, because those are the only ones that I buy. I don't buy any of the other ones. Yeah, Zotac is fine. A lot of people, they don't understand Zotac is actually one of the best OEMs or AIBs for GPUs, because a lot of people don't know that Zotac actually makes way more things than just Nvidia graphics cards. In fact, Zotac, the parent company, also makes AMD graphics cards, but a lot of people don't know that. You personally had no issues with the Gigabyte? You had MSI? Yeah, I mean, I have an MSI. I've got 2 MSI cards. I think I've got 2. I've got a GTX 970. Where is it? GTX 970 100 ME. So this is my MSI Nvidia graphics card. It's the famous rare gaming 100 million edition. The MSI GTX 970 100 million edition. So this is my MSI graphics card. This is the only, I'm trying to think. Oh, no, I have another one. I've got that one, and then I have the RX 480 Gaming X. This one. Yeah, so I've got this. So I've got an RX 480 Gaming X 8 gig from MSI, and I have an MSI GTX 970 Gaming 100 million edition. So these are my 2 MSI graphics cards. I never had any problems with either one of these. In fact, I didn't want to basically ban MSI. The reason why I will not buy another MSI card is because I've seen MSI. MSI has basically moved to like one direction only. And if what they need to do is they need to come out and set the record straight. Like, if they're only going to focus on GeForce cards, then stop making AMD cards. Because the thing is, they haven't really done anything with AMD cards in a long time. So it's like, if you look at all their cards, they're all like GeForce cards. Like, their existing lineup for RDNA 3 is just rehashes of the previous generation of Radeon cards. So, and I don't think that's fair to the vendors that only sell either Radeon or only sell GeForce. Like, for example, PNY, Galax, these guys only sell Nvidia, and MSI directly competes with them by selling Nvidia cards. Meanwhile, MSI or Sapphire, Power Color, XFX, they only sell AMD cards, and MSI directly competes with them by making AMD cards. So I figure you can't have it both ways. Like, if you're going to do both, you need to put effort into making both. You can't just like put all your effort into one and then just kind of half-ass make the other one, if that makes any sense. Because that's how I see them today. Like, my image of MSI is they're basically GeForce, even though they somehow still have Radeon cards, but I don't respect their GPU division, because you can't just like work really hard on one thing and then just kind of like make the second one as an afterthought. Like, that's not how it works. You should literally just be one or the other if you're going to do that. So that's why I don't buy MSI cards anymore, because these cards that I have from them were from an era where they actually put effort into making both as good as possible. But I don't see that effort today, and that's why I do not buy MSI graphics cards anymore, unfortunately for them. Gigabyte, I've never had a Gigabyte graphics card, ever. I've heard a lot of people complain about them, but I know people personally that have had Gigabyte cards and have had no problems with Gigabyte cards at all. Like, I know somebody who had a GTX 970 WindForce. I think it was this one. Yeah. I know someone who had this graphics card from 2014 all the way until 2022, I think. Yeah. Was it 2022? 8 years. Yeah, it was 8 years. 8 years. I know somebody who had this Gigabyte card for 8 years. 8 years. And it's not like they don't play any games. They would play like all the Battlefield games, the Call of Duty games. They play RTS games, like StarCraft 2, although StarCraft 2, that's not that hard to run. But they would play like Battlefield 1, Battlefield 4, Battlefield 5, etc. All that kind of stuff. Like hardcore first-person shooters, DX11 primarily, some DX12. The DX12 never really ran that good, and that's eventually why they upgraded. And they ended up upgrading to a Radeon RX 6900 from Sapphire. But they had this Gigabyte card for 8 years, and it was even the one that had the class action lawsuit. It was the 3.5 plus 512 lawsuit card, and they didn't have any problems with it. And it's a Gigabyte card. So I don't know who to believe. A lot of people tell me, oh, never buy Gigabyte. Avoid them like the plague when it comes to graphics cards. I personally have never had one, but I know someone who had one for a very long time and never had a single problem with it. So I don't know what to say when it comes to Gigabyte. You've heard mixed Gigabyte warranty. Some people have good, others have. I've heard from Micro Center salespeople that they've seen that they typically get more returns and warranty claims for Gigabyte cards. So that to me is more proof than random people saying Gigabyte's bad. So when it comes to GPUs. You've had no problem buying an MSI card if they're Nvidia, but normally prices are too high compared to FE. Sounds like a skip. Gigabyte? Yeah, so I've never had a Gigabyte card, so I can't comment on them. But I mean, out of those three, I don't buy any of them anymore. Like, I'll probably never buy a Gigabyte GPU, to be honest, because they make both. I don't like the companies that make both. I just don't like. I mean, I'll buy their motherboards. I don't have a problem with the motherboards, but when it comes to the GPUs, if I'm going to buy an AIB partner card, I'm going to choose a partner that stays true to who they're partnered with. So, like, for example, if EVGA was still around, I would buy EVGA. I'd buy EVGA GeForce. Like, for the win, 3090 Ti, whatever. I'm more likely to respect the partners who stay true to their partnership. So, like, these guys, somehow they're able to play both sides. Like, I don't know how they're able to do this, because we all know the story of companies that have tried to do that in the past and basically got destroyed by Nvidia's wrath. So, like, XFX is the prime example. XFX, for those that don't know, XFX used to make GeForce cards. They were only GeForce. Then they started making AMD, or, well, at the time it was ATI. They started making Radeon cards and GeForce cards, and they did it for a while. And then supposedly Nvidia got really mad at them and stopped allowing them to make GeForce cards. So, and I never really understood why that happened to them, because meanwhile, you have MSI and ASUS and Gigabyte. They're able to make GeForce and Radeon cards, and if they get away with it, I don't know why they're able to do it, no one else is. To me, that doesn't seem fair, but there must be some kind of historical significance as to why they're able to do that. But yeah, I don't buy Gigabyte GPUs. I don't buy ASUS GPUs. I don't buy MSI GPUs anymore. So that's how it is. So it's like if it's AIB, it's either going to be someone who only makes GeForce, like Zotac, or someone who only makes Radeon, like Sapphire, or PowerColor, or XFX. So that's how it is. I mean, that's my opinion. You don't have to follow that philosophy. That's just my take on on buying GPUs. If I had to choose, I would always, always, always go with Nvidia's Founders Edition over any other GeForce AIB because, spoiler alert, secret knowledge, Founders Edition cards command the best resale value. The best resale value. If you ever want to trade in or sell your GeForce GPU, the Founders Edition Nvidia cards get the most money back when you resell them. Just FYI. You guys don't believe me? Go look at eBay listings for Founders Edition cards of the 1080 Ti or the 1080 or any of the Founders Edition cards, and then go look at the price of some random AIB card, and you will see what I'm saying. Now, you have to look at older cards to see this effect amplified, meaning the older the card, the more there is a gap between the price of a Founders Edition used versus used random AIB. You know what I mean? Like, think about it this way. If you were a collector, think about it like this. If you were a GPU collector, would you rather buy a GTX 970 Founders Edition, or would you buy a Gigabyte WindForce? This card right here. Like, would you rather have this in your collection, or would you rather have the official Nvidia iconic 970? This is the reason why the Founders Edition cards are better value long term. And to top it all off, in today's market, they're also the cheapest options. They're also the RTX 4090 Founders Edition from Nvidia is the cheapest one. This one is the lowest price. This one is $1,600. And it's also the one that commands the best resale value. So this is the only one that I would ever consider buying. And that's the reason why I have this one. And I don't have, whatever XYZ AIB card exists. Like, I don't even consider those. So it sounds pretty harsh. But, I'm not saying don't ever buy an AIB. I'm just saying I personally will never buy an AIB Nvidia card. So if I ever do consider a 5090, the 5090 Founders Edition is the only one that I will ever actually attempt to get. I'll never even attempt to try to get a 5090 of any of the other AIBs because they'll be more expensive and they will have worse resale value. Agreed. Founders Edition is what you have now due to price. Yeah, and the thing is, they also look the best. Now, this is subjective. People might not agree with me, but I personally think that the Nvidia Founders Edition, not only is it the cheapest one and has the best resale value, it's also the best looking one. You don't like house bricks? Yeah, so this part's subjective. So not everybody will agree, but I personally think that the industrial design of the Founders Edition coolers are the best looking ones. So I really hope that AMD basically copies most of this design with their next AMD Founders Edition and make it look kind of like this. I want to see AMD copy, at the very least, the flow-through design, because NVIDIA's not the first vendor to do the flow-through design. Sapphire is actually the first. Sapphire was the very first to design. This is the very first card that had the flow-through design. The third fan flows directly through the fin array, the heatsink, because the PCB on this card only goes up to about like 2/3 of the second fan. So this is actually the first. So if there's ever a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire competition and the question comes up for the contestant, who was the first to develop the flow-through cooler design? A, Nvidia. B, Sapphire. C, XFX. D, EVGA. So the correct answer is actually Sapphire. So it's one of those things where I feel like everybody should try this design. I feel like everyone basically needs to copy this design. Like AMD Radeon reference cards need to have this. All the AIBs need to do this. Everyone needs to copy this. Because if you've got air coolers for the CPU, not only that, this fan, the air that comes out of this fan is not as hot as the air that goes in from this fan or comes out from this fan. Because this is flowing through a heatsink. So the air that comes out of this, it's actually pretty good for the RAM. It's like extra airflow for your RAM. That's what I've observed. So I actually like this design a lot from a practicality standpoint, because this fan basically cools your RAM, and this fan acts kind of like a blower style. It's like a hybrid design, because the fan pushes the air, most of the air gets exhaust out the back. Because of the way this, because of this metal here that kind of blocks the air from getting out, it's forced to go out the back or vent through this fin array here. So I actually think this is very, very well engineered. So that's another reason why I would only get this one. Superior engineering in terms of the cooler design. You think the 4080, 4090 coolers are from Nvidia are the best looking ones? See? I guess I'm not alone in that opinion. And I think there's a lot that will agree, because that's one of the reasons why the Founders Edition cards, at least if you're in North America, these cards have historically been very hard to get. Because they're constantly sold out at Best Buy, because Best Buy, I mean, they're also constantly sold out on Nvidia's website. And that's because some people, I guess there's a lot of people that have the exact same opinion that I have, that they'll only buy the Founders Edition card. And that's why these are so hard to get. They're constantly sold out. Yeah, exactly. The cooling's well done. So I'm going to see AMD copy this. Basically, I want AMD to do, like, if I was the product manager at AMD for Radeon, and I was like, hey guys, I want the cooler to we're not going to copy them directly. Obviously, that's not what I want them to do. But I want them to do the same thing, like flow through, because Nvidia basically copied this from Sapphire. Because they saw this also in the data center. Like, it's just natural airflow. So, yeah, I want to see other people besides just Nvidia do this type of design in some fashion, like flow through. Like MSI attempted to do it. The MSI RTX 4080 Super Expert or something. Like MSI tried to do it with this, but it was kind of a complete fail. And the only reason why it failed was because this front intake for the second fan is too restrictive. So this actually is a very nice looking card, but it's a big fail because the front grille right here, it's all about looks and it's not about function. So this actually cools worse than the Founders Edition. It's one of the worst in terms of thermals. It's one of the worst RTX 4080 cards in existence, even though it looks really cool. So, but this is a good thing though. Like I'm saying, like I want to see. This, to me, is proof that other people are going to attempt to copy this design. And I want to see this. I want to see more of this. Like, I don't want MSI to give up because they kind of failed. They just need to re-engineer how they do the intake. So, but I want AMD's reference card to have this design. I want Sapphire to do this type of design. Basically, everyone needs to design a card option that is this sort of thing. Like, I want them to do the one fan flows through the air, like none of this stuff going through the PCB. And if they want to do triple fan, do triple fan. But I want to see somebody do flow through design on a reference card. And I want it to be someone who is not Nvidia, because Nvidia has been doing this for a while now. But yeah, this is the future, because the thermals for your components like VRM and the RAM and stuff, they benefit from the extra airflow from this. Now, if your case has very good air cooling or very good airflow, then this is not really necessary. But you never know how some people have their case set up. Like, they might have the fans in the case turning way too slow because they don't like the noise. So they have very poor airflow through the case. So something like this actually helps when the system is under full load. But yeah, this is good. Like, MSI, even though the thermals are not that great, they need to redo this part right here. I think this is too restrictive, and that's the reason why the thermals are not that good. But they just have to make a better one next time. Like, I just want everybody to copy something, do something like this. Everybody, basically, word of advice to any AIB or even AMD if they're watching this video. Basically, everyone just copy Nvidia. Just copy the Founders Edition cooler, please. Then I have more options. Then I don't have to just buy the Nvidia Founders Edition all the time. You know what I'm saying? So, just do it. Just don't blatantly copy them, but just engineer something that has a flow-through design. Like, why did Sapphire do it all those years ago in 2015, which was literally 9 years ago? And here we are almost a decade later, and somehow Nvidia is the only one that's popularizing the flow-through design on the cooler, because no one else bothered to do it after Sapphire did it that one time on that one AMD card that had HBM memory that just so happened to have a short enough PCB so they could get away with that fan hanging off the end like that. So I want to see more people do that. Like, let's think outside the box like Nvidia and design something that has better thermals and lower operating noise. Because if these guys can do it, the others can do it too. So anyway, that was... how did we even get to talking about this? Oh, because we were talking about ASUS. So this goes back to what I was saying earlier. So the ASUS thing, yeah. So ASUS said that we want to assure our customers that any repairs covered under the manufacturer's limited warranty have always been and will continue to be free of charge. It is never the intent of ASUS to charge any customers a fee that does not directly address the device. Oh, okay, yeah. They're talking about the RMA specifically. But what I really want these guys to do, I want them to offer, like, what I don't understand is why a lot of these consumer-based companies, they don't have a policy in place that can allow for advanced replacement. Because in business to business, so for those that don't know, in the business to business sales world and the support world, advanced replacement is a normal thing. Like, it is a very common thing. But in consumer sales, so basically like with this ROG Ally, that is a completely foreign concept that almost doesn't exist for some weird reason. The best example I can give you was Wendell from Level 1 Techs. Shout out to Level 1 Techs, because I think they're one of the better tech channels out there when it comes to highly technical stuff, kind of like what we cover on this channel. But he was talking about how, well, he had a similar situation that I had. He was trying to get an RMA with ASUS for a motherboard, and he asked them, can they do an advanced replacement? Meaning, can they ship him a replacement card in advance while he mails the defective one back to them? You know, like, he asked them, can you do that? Typically, to do that, you have to give them your credit card info so that if, for example, like let's say that way you can't scam the vendor, because like if they send you a replacement board, but if you never send them the defective one, that's basically like you're stealing a motherboard from them. You know what I mean? Because they're sending you a free motherboard and you're never giving them back the first motherboard. So, like, if you're lying and your motherboard's actually not defective and they send you a replacement, you never send them the defective one, you're basically stealing a motherboard from them. And that's why they have to get your credit card info, because if you never send them back the card or the motherboard, whatever it is, I mean, they'll bill you the invoice for the second one. So, and that's fair. I mean, that's how it should be. Because if someone's doing an RMA, they're supposed to send the defective product back. So that's how advanced replacements work. But in the business world, that is a normal thing. Like, most businesses will pay for support levels that entitle them to advanced replacements so that they don't have any downtime. Like, if their motherboard dies and they need that motherboard because their editors or whoever, they're using the machine, they have to be using the machine. They cannot be down, otherwise they're literally losing money. So they will pay for that advanced replacement contract so that if they have a defective part and ASUS supports, like, yeah, okay, it's defective, we need to do an RMA. So what ASUS will do is ASUS will immediately send them the new card. And then the idea is that they will send the old one or the defective one back within a certain number of days. Typically it's like 15 to 30 days or something like that. Almost like a standard retail return window. So I don't understand why that's not really an option for consumers, like, or at least it's never talked about. Because Wendell tried, he asked them if he could do that, and the support rep had no idea what to do. You know what I mean? Like, they would not know what, like, they're like, I'll get back to you, let me check, I'll escalate the case. They escalated the case, it's like 2 weeks, he still hasn't gotten a proper RMA, yes or no, we can do this from them. So he ended up going in and buying another motherboard from Micro Center. Like, that to me is almost unacceptable. So that shows that there's more problems with their RMA process and the policies they have than simply denying RMAs. Because there's some kind of thing where I don't know if they have like an AI bot trying to do everything, and obviously it's not doing the right thing. Or whatever they did, but it's just like, yeah, this is why there's a lot of bad news regarding ASUS recently. And it's not really ASUS. You can't really blame the workers, like the support people, because they're just doing their job. They're following almost like a script of what they can and cannot say. So you can't really blame them, unless it's a really, really good support rep that can go above and beyond and they know how to work the system as a customer advocate. So, and those sort of individuals are extremely rare. And those are the ones that rise above, go above and beyond. And they're the ones who end up becoming the managers, and they're the ones who end up getting promoted if a company rewards that sort of behavior, like that customer-centric behavior. Those are the employees that typically move up the chain because they're doing the right thing and they understand the big picture. Whereas most employees, they don't want to be at risk of losing their job. They're not going to take a risk, so they're just going to follow the script and not try to cause any trouble. And I mean, that's fine. That they're doing their job, but the customer suffers in terms of the experience, and as a result, you get all these negative media stories like the Gamers Nexus video and now all these other articles. So that's the kind of problem that ends up happening when either the company's policies are, they're either not flexible enough, or they're not able to allow for some degree of options. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do an advanced replacement. Okay, well, then you have to do the RMA. And it's, like, if it ends up being a thing where it takes like 2 months to do an RMA, or a month and a half, that's not good. So I mean, it's a thing. I'm not saying like people should boycott ASUS. My position on this is, hopefully we'll see some positive changes, because I feel like the whole idea behind that Gamers Nexus story and that video, uh, they're just trying to make it so that the company ultimately does a better job and the customer's experience is improved. That's really what they're trying to do. That's the end goal. So I don't think Gamers Nexus is trying to just paint ASUS as a villain or anything like that. I think ultimately they want ASUS to do better. They want the customer to have a better experience. That's the end goal. So that's kind of my take on it. So yeah, I mean, the most recent motherboard that I have is an ASUS motherboard. It's an ASUS motherboard for the Threadripper CPU, because I basically had to return the Gigabyte board for various different reasons, which we're not going to go into here. Yeah, I currently use an ASUS motherboard with my highest end system that I have, which is a Threadripper system. So, and I haven't really had any serious issues. I mean, technically, I haven't really had any issues. So that's my opinion. So, but of course, some people, they're boycotting ASUS for various reasons. Yeah. Most of my motherboards, when I think about my motherboards over the years, most of them are ASUS motherboards. My second motherboard was ASUS. My basically almost all the motherboards that I've had are ASUS and or MSI. And then in recent history, a lot of my motherboards have been Gigabyte. And I also have an ASRock motherboard. So I've dealt with all four of them. I've never had to deal with the support from MSI or ASRock as of yet. I've dealt with Gigabyte support, and I've dealt with ASUS support. And now here's where it gets interesting. I didn't really want to keep talking about this subject, but I would say ASUS support made a better initial effort to try to resolve the issue versus Gigabyte. Gigabyte seems to be slower to respond, and Gigabyte also, with all the support cases that I've opened with Gigabyte, not one, okay, out of all the cases that I've opened with Gigabyte, Gigabyte was only able to fix one of the issues. The other problems, they either claimed it's not a supported configuration and then closed the case, or they made some excuse saying that that's not how the product is supposed to be used, and they couldn't really help. So, and a lot of this stuff was related to Thunderbolt, to be honest, which is kind of an edge use case. It's kind of a niche use case. And the more niche the use case is, that's where, that's actually the best test of whether or not a company's support is good or bad. RMA is one thing. If they can't do an RMA correctly, then that's just a straight up fail. So like in the case with ASUS here, they just straight up failed. They failed the test. But when it comes to these really niche edge use cases like Thunderbolt, this, or USB, or some kind of weird thing that the typical consumer doesn't use, like the ability of the support team to fix and resolve these sort of edge cases, that, in my opinion, that really proves whether or not the support of a company is good or bad. And from my own personal experience, I would say ASUS has done a little bit better of a job compared to Gigabyte in resolving these kind of edge cases. ASUS really did try to help. Gigabyte, the only time I was able to get Gigabyte to give me the same level of support that I got from ASUS was when I basically had to pull a third party in. Like I basically had to get AverMedia involved, and AverMedia then started talking to Gigabyte behind the scenes, and then they started doing stuff with their engineering team. It was a real pain to get Gigabyte to get their BIOS team involved just by me working the case myself. I actually had to go to another vendor and get the other vendor to basically force Gigabyte to look at the problem. Because that puts the other vendor, in this case AverMedia, in a bad light because it was their product interoperating with a Gigabyte motherboard and it wasn't working correctly. And clearly something needed to be done. And it was in AverMedia's interest to get Gigabyte to fix this issue because otherwise it's not only me that's going to run into the problem. At some point, someone else is going to see the same exact problem. And if they don't understand, they might think that AverMedia is the one to blame when in this case, it was Gigabyte's fault. Because as I showed Gigabyte in that case, it works with ASRock. It works with ASUS. It's you guys. It's not AverMedia, because if AverMedia works with ASUS and ASRock, why doesn't it work with you guys? The finger points to you, Gigabyte. It's your problem. And it was very, very hard to make them accept that and then fix the issue. So that's why I want to say Gigabyte, if I was a lenient grader, I would say they got a C or they got a D. But someone who's more strict would give them an F for failure. Because if you have to go and get AverMedia involved, that's automatically a fail in a lot of people's books. So, what? 2 out of 3 of the ASUS motherboards had issues? Wait, 2 out of 3? What? B550 Strix didn't even have Ethernet drivers included? Well, the drivers have nothing to do with the motherboard, though. You mean what? The drivers are an operating system concept. They don't do anything with, like, the motherboard by itself. The drivers have nothing to do with it. 4790K? What? Somebody in the Discord got scammed? What? The Asus X299? When I booted the B550, Ethernet was not working? Oh, well, I mean, you'd have to probably... It depends on your operating system at that point. Sometimes Windows will preload like some old generic driver, and then it will work. But yeah, it depends. It depends on what the network chip is. I mean, I had that problem on an MSI motherboard with an Intel 4770K. I had the exact same problem. The MSI, the network chip, the network interface card was not being recognized. It was a Realtek. It was not being recognized by Windows, so I had to install it manually. From either, I think I had to download the driver on a laptop, put it on a USB drive, and then move the USB drive onto the desktop that way. Or something like that. But yeah. I wouldn't blame the motherboard for that, though. That's more of like a Windows Windows didn't recognize the network chip. For whatever reason. But yeah, I wouldn't blame the motherboard for something like that. You've had issues 2 out of 3 and 1 out of 1 GPU. Wow. Half of every ASUS product you've ever had has had issues. So, okay, what other motherboard brands have you had besides ASUS? Like MSI, ASRock, Gigabyte. I mean, if I think back to all the motherboards I've had, the only motherboard that I never had a problem with was an ASUS motherboard. But this was like a long time ago. My ASUS motherboard that my FX8350 was on, that one never had a problem. MSI, I never had serious issues. So like that whole story that you had about the network card driver not being loaded, I had that problem on an MSI board. I never had that problem on any other motherboard except an MSI Z87 GD gaming. MSI Z87 GD65. This motherboard, which I recently had to pull out of storage to make that Final Fantasy CPU benchmark video. This motherboard, I paired this up with a Intel i7 4770K back in 2013. And yeah, the network chip in here, for some reason, they didn't use the Intel NIC that's supposed to become, it's supposed to come bundled with the Z87 chipset. I don't know why MSI opted to put a cheaper Realtek on here. But anyway, this had a Realtek gigabit Ethernet port. And that Realtek would not, like, yeah, when I loaded up Windows, I had no internet. Ethernet was plugged in. No internet. What's going on here? Device manager, the unknown device. You know, like, I had to do that whole thing with, okay, download it on a laptop, put the USB thumb drive in, copy over the driver on the USB, plug the USB into this board, and then install it manually. So I had to do that for this motherboard. This is the only motherboard that I've ever had to do that. So, and it's an MSI board. So technically, I've had a problem with MSI. Some might say it's a problem. Now, that's a simple fix, to be honest. Like, in terms of difficulty of troubleshooting and fixing the issue, on a scale of 1 to 10, to me, that's like a 1 or a 2 out of 10 at most, in terms of a problem. And that's an MSI board. I've had, okay, what's another one? Was it a Z motherboard? No. X670E Steel Legend. This one? No. This? Oh, well, it's not on their website. But anyway, the ASRock, well, we've covered it before. This board. So this board, for most people, this would be problem-free. But for me, because I'm a power user and I always do like the most random things that most people never will do with a motherboard. So with this motherboard, I added a Thunderbolt 4 card to this board because it's supported. And it works, but the problem is when you first install the Thunderbolt card, and it goes in the bottom slot because the bottom slot is the X4 slot. You put it in the bottom slot, and I even have a video showing this exact setup that I'm talking about, Thunderbolt 4 on an ASRock X670E Steel Legend. In the process of making that video, I had to do the install procedure. So basically, I install the card, turn on the computer, go into the BIOS of the motherboard, go under AMD PBS settings. All this is in the video. Enable Thunderbolt 4, F10, so you save it, you press enter, and then what happens is the motherboard will post, but then it will never load the operating system. It'll just sit there and do nothing. It'll just sit forever. So, and this motherboard doesn't have a postcode debug. So you don't know what is the reason it's just sitting there doing nothing. So someone might think, oh, maybe it's memory training. No, it's not memory training. You can let this thing sit there for a whole week and it'll sit there and never do anything. So what do? You turn it off. You turn off the computer. Then you turn it back on and then it beeps and goes into Windows. So, and then after that, it's fine. Every subsequent reboot, every cold start, every warm start, it's fine. Thunderbolt works perfectly. PCIe tunneling works. You can do all the things that you need to do with Thunderbolt. It works 100% good to go. After the initial boot where you have to enable Thunderbolt. That is the one quirk that I have experienced with this ASRock motherboard. So now that, for some people, now depending on the skill level, for me, I figured that out pretty quick, just troubleshooting that. But I'm thinking more broadly, like for someone who's not that technically inclined, if they just strictly install the Thunderbolt card like they're installing a GPU, and they turn it on in the BIOS, assuming they even know how to do that, this would probably be more like a 4 out of 10 in terms of difficulty level to fix this issue, or to understand the problem and work around it. See, and that's an ASRock board. So the point I'm making is none of these brands are perfect. None of them are perfect. I can tell you stories of running into troubleshooting problems with any one of these vendors, be it Gigabyte, ASUS, MSI, or ASRock. I've experienced it all. I've dealt with all 4 of them. Now, I have not dealt with all 4 of their support. I've never contacted ASRock support, and I've never contacted MSI support. I've only dealt with Gigabyte and ASUS support. And my opinion is ASUS is slightly better than Gigabyte when it comes to support. And I'm not talking about RMA. I'm talking about support people trying to help you resolve an issue with their product that may or may not be an actual problem that requires an RMA. Because Gigabyte could not solve the Thunderbolt problems, ASUS basically told me that wait a while, because their answer was literally just wait. There's going to be a thing that will solve this problem. We can't tell you when it's going to come out, but it will fix the problem, rest assured. But they could never tell me for a fact that would fix the problem. I actually had to go on their website and figure it out on my own. So it was ASUS USB 4 PCI. Here it is. This. I am still waiting for this thing. I'm still waiting, ASUS. When is this going to come out? I've been waiting since January for this product from you guys, and it's still... You announced it in January at CES. Here we are. It's almost halfway through the year, and it's still not on the market. But they basically told me, just wait for this thing. This will solve all of your problems. Guaranteed. So, and I didn't really want to trust them, but then when I went to the support page, and what made me agree to what they were saying was I went here, I went into the manual and document, I went to compatibility, I clicked this, and lo and behold, the very first motherboard on this list is my motherboard. The TRX 50 Sage for Threadripper 7000 series is the very first motherboard that will have compatibility with this card. So when I saw this, I was like, okay, that's what I need to know. And then I told me you can close the case, and that was it. So that's my experience with ASUS support recently, as of this year. So they weren't able to fix the problem, but they said that it will be fixed in the future. So take that for whatever it's worth. More of an inconvenience than a problem. Yeah, I would say in general, MSI's track record with motherboards is actually pretty good. I would agree with you. And I think we talked a little bit about this last week. We talked about this when we were discussing whether or not if somebody who is not a technology enthusiast should wait for the next generation of CPUs or buy now. And the example that I gave was 2 years ago. I basically recommended that rather than waiting for Zen 4 or Intel's next CPU, I told them just get the 5800X 3D. I just said just buy that. Buy that. I mean, they had to buy a new motherboard and they had to buy DDR4. Because this upgrade was from a very, very old system. Very old. So where is this going to show up? Okay. So just to give you guys an idea, the old system was a i7 4790K with I don't even know what the motherboard was. It was irrelevant at this point because it was going to get replaced with DDR3 1600 megatransfers RAM. So this was the computer. And the question was, remember, the year was 2022. This was 2 years ago. So think about it like this. If you were somebody who had this 2 years ago, the question is, should you wait for Zen 4 or 13th gen? Because that is the question. Because at the time, the latest and greatest CPU was the Ryzen 7 5800X3D. It literally just came out 2 years ago. It was brand new on the market. It's a 2022 product, even though the architecture is from 2020. So the options were DDR4 and X570S. The other option would have been Intel, which would have been the i7 the 12 700K with DDR4 or DDR5, but realistically only DDR4 because it was way cheaper. Because remember, this is 2022, not 2024, so DDR5 was still like $800, so no one's going to buy that. So, and I think, what was it? Z690. So these were basically the choices. These were the choices. You have option A or option B. Those were the choices back then for someone who had this. So what I told them was, this is so old and you have to buy new memory. So your choices are, you either buy this, or you do nothing and you wait until later this year when these things come out. So they opted to do this. They opted to do that. They didn't want to wait until the second half of the year, because this happened in May of 2022, and I respected that decision. I didn't try to push them like, hey, no, you should wait for Intel's next CPU or AMD's next CPU, because, I mean, no, because the use case, for those that are wondering the use case was, number one, gaming. That was it. Specifically, MMO gaming. So, New World. New World was the main game that this individual played. And they were tired of going into world PvP and getting slaughtered because during a giant like guild invasion in PvP, for anyone that's played New World 2 years ago knows about world PvP, and you basically have these fortresses that you have to defend or capture. So you're either on the invading side or you're on the defending side, and it's basically, it's no different from PvP in like WoW. So if anyone's done PvP in any MMO, they know exactly how it is. You basically have to avoid getting zerged by a very large group of players that are instacast spamming you with spells and ranged attacks. And this individual was tired of getting FPS dips to like sub 15 FPS. 15 or slideshow, single digit FPS, when a massive battle was happening and they could not react in the PvP battleground because the CPU was so bottlenecked. So it's a huge problem. You know what I mean? So instead of waiting, because clearly waiting is not an option in this case, because they want to play New World competitively on the PvP scene, and they can't do it because it's so heavily CPU bottlenecked, by the ancient 4790K. So these were the two options. We looked at it. We evaluated the gaming performance of this. We evaluated the gaming performance of that. And we figured because it's strictly an MMO, the 3D V-Cache is the better option. And you know what really was the telltale sign that the 5800X3D was the best CPU, period, was a game called Star Citizen. Star Citizen. This is a game that has become an internet meme, an internet sensation, almost like a scam. So this game has perpetually been in alpha forever. Like, it's never gone to beta status. It's always been in alpha testing. And the early adopters have been, like, donating all this money for pretty much, I think, 10 years. Like, it's been a really, really long time. So, and that's the reason why some people say it's like a scam. But this game, so I'll never forget when the 5800X3D first came out 2 years ago. The performance in Star Citizen was literally life-changing for a lot of people that played Star Citizen. Because this CPU, the 5800X3D, was the very first CPU that could actually hit 60 frames per second in some... I'm not a Star Citizen person, so I don't remember the name of the place. But there were people who, like... They almost like had a heart attack when they saw the 5800X3D could make an RTX 3090 or a 6900 XT Radeon card hit 60 frames per second in this one city in Star Citizen where it's supposedly so CPU bound. Like, they literally couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. That for the first time in history, there's a CPU that can brute force its way to 60 frames per second in Star Citizen. Of all, the scam game itself is actually hitting 60 frames per second with the CPU. That was the nail in the coffin. That was the, yes, let's do this upgrade. Goodbye, Ancient Devil's Canyon. We are going all in on X3D. And the rest is history. And that is how I realized that you don't always need to wait for the next generation. Sometimes there is a reason to buy current generation hardware. In this case, the user was suffering from a severe CPU bottleneck. They didn't want to wait several months for Zen 4 or Raptor Lake. And they didn't want to wait. On top of that, they didn't want to wait for DDR5 to come down in price. So that kind of also ruled out Alder Lake, because Alder Lake had DDR5. That was one of its selling points. But at the time, DDR5 was so expensive. So the fact that you have to buy new memory regardless, I mean, this became a no-brainer when you look at the performance in MMOs. So in some cases, you don't have to wait. But I think for most people, this is kind of an edge case scenario. So this is what I call a case study on why you would buy now versus waiting. The equivalent of today versus 2 years ago, the question would be like, should you buy like a 7800X3D or an Intel 14th gen today, or wait for the new stuff? Because we're in the exact same situation that came up 2 years ago. You remember people buying $100+ ships for the game that still isn't. Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's why it's kind of a scam. Assetto Corsa racing sim. You built a lot of 5800X3D systems for people that. Yeah, I know, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there was something about that 3D V-Cache that was so good for a lot of these games, and some of these games aren't super new either. It just so happens that because the game is a certain age, it like the main game assets running in the CPU, like the function calls and stuff, like they just fit in the cache. They just sit in the L3 cache, and they just sit there, and your FPS just like jumps way up. Like your average minimum just goes way up. And that's the thing that was so blatantly obvious with Star Citizen and New World and any MMO really. Which is why this was almost like a revolutionary thing when it first came out. And the fact that it was on like an old socket too was hilarious, or not really hilarious, just even more shocking. That a socket from 2017, like literally 5 years later, you can put a CPU in that old socket from 2017, and it's like a whole new world in terms of your gaming performance. Like it's a 3-generation skip almost. You can't wait for Kingdom Come 2 CPU benchmarks. The first Kingdom Come Deliverance is a CPU nightmare. Yeah, speaking of... here, let me go back here. So there was one... here's one interesting... Let's just talk briefly about this, as we now are kind of talking about gaming. So Ghost of Tsushima came out this week. I think it's out now, if I'm not mistaken. It allows... So this is the first game that allows DLSS upscaling with FSR3 frame generation simultaneously. So what that means is... What's interesting about this is if you have a... Let's say you have an RTX 3080. The 3080 does not allow DLSS frame generation, but it can still do DLSS upscaling. But because the AMD technology is not really locked down, I mean, props to AMD. Like this is kind of an interesting edge case, because this basically means that someone with a GeForce card that's not an RTX 40 series, but does allow for DLSS. So basically someone with an RTX 20 series or an RTX 30 series, they can benefit from FSR3 frame generation while using DLSS upscaling to get better frame rates. That is FSR 3.1. FSR 3.1 does what? Or are we talking about... Yeah, this is an interesting thing though. Like, and I actually will test this out. I do plan to test this. I'm going to test with the, well, I mean, I can do this with the RTX 4090. I can turn on the DLSS upscale. Don't turn on the frame generation, but turn on the FSR3 frame generation and see what happens. So, because currently the 4090 is the one that's in the gaming machine. FSR 3.1 allows you to use XESS with FSR3 frame gen. Oh, I see what you're saying. So basically, it's two separate toggles. So you can turn on... So, yeah, I'd have to see how that looks in the menu. I don't have the game yet. I need, like... Okay, is the game out? I plan to get this game. This is one game that I am going to get. Does anybody know if there's a built-in benchmark for this game? It's out either today or yesterday. I'm going to check right now, actually. Yeah, it's out. It's out. It's on Steam. It's actually on Epic Games Store, too, which is funny, because I had to log into Epic Games to claim this. For those that don't know... where is that? So, for those that don't know, Dragon Age Inquisition Game of the Year Edition is actually free on Epic Games Store. So I logged into Epic Games Store right before this stream to claim this. So I have this game now. I don't know if it's a good game. I have it. I mean, I just got it for free. off of Epic Game Store. And then on Epic Game Store, I saw Ghost of Tsushima on the front page. So I know Ghost of Tsushima is on Epic Games. It's also on Steam. So it's out now, yeah. Does it have a built-in benchmark though? I really wish that Forbidden West had a built-in benchmark. I was so disappointed because I wanted to stop using Horizon Zero Dawn as a benchmark, but I'm stuck using that because I really wanted to use this game, but I don't know if this game has a built-in benchmark. You don't think it has a built-in benchmark? Dragon Age Inquisition was the first game on PS4, or your first game on PS4. You found FSR 3 frame gen does improve when using that, but still it's a bit worse than DLSS. Frame gen is the same though. Like adding frames, synthetic frames, the synthetic frame rate is basically the same, right? Like DLSS frame generation, FSR frame generation is still the same thing. It's still going to double up the effective average frame rate. Like that doesn't have anything to do with the upscale piece, because you can turn frame generation on without any upscaling. I mean, that's what this would be, right? Like if somebody didn't turn DLSS on, but they turn on FSR3 frame generation, that's just frame generation. That's not upscaling. So in terms of image quality, that's not going to really make any difference. The only difference is that your upscaling method would be, yeah, your upscaling method is different. But if we're strictly talking only about the frame generation itself, which has nothing to do with upscaling, then they're basically the same. Every game you've tried FSR frame gen, it's higher FPS than the DLSS frame gen. Really? Because that would indicate that the way Nvidia does their frame generation is not literally just taking the frame and doubling it using interpolation. Because I thought they basically do the same thing. They both are using something called an optical flow analyzer to take a single frame and interpolate where, like, based off of a string of frames, they basically look at what colors and what sort of motion vectors changed in that picture from one frame to another over a certain amount of time. And that's what's called the optical flow analyzer. And it basically will interpolate the movement from one frame to another and will kind of fill in the gaps. That's how it works. So, from my understanding, is DLSS and frame and FSR, when it comes to just the generating of frames synthetically, it's the same fundamental behavior. So, ideally, they should be the exact same. Like, I don't know, one of them should not be more than the other. If FSR is more FPS than DLSS, then that means DLSS like the rate of synthesizing a frame is actually dependent on some other variable rather than just frame interpolation based off of predictive movement and changes of color in an image. So yeah, that's news to me, because when I've tested both in the past, they basically do the same thing. Like I tested what was the game that had both? Lords of the Fallen? It was one of those games that came out last year. DLSS tends to scale worse, but higher quality. Does the quality even matter though? Because it's still like it's the same thing. We're not talking about upscaling. Upscaling, there will be differences in quality, but does the actual quality of the frame generation differ? Because I thought it's basically interpolation of the frame, and it's still like the same. It's still the same native resolution. You're not changing the resolution. These images are being generated at whatever the resolution is that the game is being rendered at natively. It does, specifically FSR frame gen using DLSS upscaling. Okay, well, now you got my interest in this game just for this one thing, that being frame generation. Does this game require linking PSN accounts to Steam? Or how does it work? How does it work if you purchase it from like Epic Games or something? Because I remember hearing that there was a thing, people were saying like you have to link your PSN account with Steam if you're gonna buy the game off of Steam or something. It does require it. It requires linking it, huh? Interesting. I don't even know if I've already done that or not. Oh man, okay. So you have to link PSN with Steam. Well, see, the thing, you got to be careful when you do stuff like this because I don't know how this would impact games that people may use from Epic Games that are live service games that also they might have an alternate account on the PlayStation Network. You guys know what I mean? Like, I'll give you guys an example. Now, this doesn't apply to me, but I can see it happening to somebody else. Like, the best example I can give you is Genshin Impact can be played through Epic Games Store. I don't think it's on Steam, but Genshin Impact is on Epic Games. I think it is. I mean, let me make sure. Yeah, Genshin Impact is on Steam. So, or no, not Steam. It's on Epic Games. So what that means is when you set up Genshin Impact to launch through Epic Games, you have an account that's tied, I believe it's cross-linked to Epic Games. Now, if you go and you create a PlayStation Network account and you also have Genshin Impact on PSN via an alt account, you have a separate Genshin Impact account linked to PlayStation Network. So what happens if you link Epic Games and PlayStation Network? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, something bad could happen to the owner of those two Genshin Impact accounts, because wouldn't that create a conflict where one of them, like, you would lose access to one of them? So that's just something to be aware of when it comes to those live service games. So that's why historically I have a policy where I will never use Steam or Epic Games for a live service game. Now, Helldivers 2 is kind of like a live service game, and it's also PlayStation, which makes it even more complicated. But as far as I know, it doesn't require linking. Although Sony tried to do that, and then was like, it kind of blew up and it didn't work, so they backed off. But I don't ever play live service games or MMOs that are attached to Steam or Epic Games or Origin or whatever. Like, I typically will play those games using their own separate launchers, as weird as that sounds, because I know a lot of people can't stand all these different launchers. But the thing is the game, so you just use the game's launcher. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to play Star Rail, I just load Star Rail. It has nothing to do with Steam. It has nothing to do with Epic Games or anyone else. Same with Genshin Impact, even though I don't play that anymore. So same thing with Final Fantasy XIV. I don't use Steam to play Final Fantasy XIV. So for those type of games, don't use those services like Valve Steam or Epic Games or any of these other cross launchers. Don't use those launchers for these live service games, because it could create issues for you later on if stuff like this Ghost of Tsushima game requires linking an account. Because like if someone has Star Rail or Genshin on Epic and they also have those games on PlayStation, they can't link PlayStation with Epic Games because they could lose one of their accounts in those games. Like, it would just go away, or they would lose access to it because they would bridge one of them into the other, and I don't even know how that process would work or what would happen to their account that basically got overwritten. So they basically lose all their progress. So that's very, very bad. So the only other option in this scenario is just you cannot link PlayStation with Epic, and you have to buy the Steam version and link Steam with PlayStation. But then, what if they have live service games that are in Steam and in PlayStation? I don't know. That's weird. It would create, well, it would create a thing where you would probably end up losing one of those accounts. That's what would happen. Because when Genshin Impact first came out on PlayStation, most people already had it on PC or on mobile, and you couldn't link the two together for a long time. Then they finally made it so you could link your mobile account to the PlayStation. But if you do that, you basically lose your PlayStation account. So basically if your PlayStation account was an alt account, you would lose it. It would basically be deleted. And no one ever talked about this in the news, but this was a thing that actually happened. So yeah, I'm just warning people, like, if you have to link PlayStation, make sure that your live service, if you've got alt accounts on different platforms, because that's very convenient. You know what I mean? Like, what a lot of people would do is they would have, I mean, I myself would do this. Like, I would have my main account, which I would play on PC for Genshin Impact, then I'd have another account for Genshin Impact on PlayStation. And what I would do, because you guys, anyone who plays Genshin Impact knows that you have to farm the field materials to level up your characters, to ascend them. You have to do the flower farming. You got to go collect all the flowers. You know what I'm saying? So what I would do is I would collect, like if I got a brand new character day one, I would collect all the flowers on my main account, and that would get you to like level 60 or something. But then how do you get to level 90? That's the max level. So then I would go and travel. I would take my character on my PC account, and I would travel, I would visit my PlayStation account as a friend. You know, like I would basically be a friend with myself. So I would go into my PlayStation world, even though I'm playing it on PC, and then I would go and farm. I'll basically double dip. I go and get like all the flowers in the PlayStation account, so that I don't have to spam other people and like, hey, I wouldn't spam my friends and take their flowers because they wanted to level up the character too, right? So I'm not going to take their flowers. So I would go on my PlayStation account and take all the flowers from my PlayStation account. So, but if you link them, you lose the PlayStation account. So that's a warning to those that may be more heavily invested in one platform over the other for a specific game. You could end up losing one of those if you link the accounts. So that's the reason why I wanted to bring that up, because this is one of those things where I don't think Sony should do this. I think if they really, really want to do this sort of stuff, they should probably come up with their own launcher like Epic, although I feel like a lot of people don't want them to do that. I'm of the opinion I don't want Steam to be a monopoly. So I actually don't have a problem with multiple launchers, even though it's a headache. I kind of feel like it's a necessary evil, because I would rather Sony have their own launcher on PC, kind of like Microsoft has their Xbox One, Epic Games has their thing, and then EA has theirs, and of course Steam is just there. So that's how I see it. Because I feel like you're less likely to run into these kind of weird edge cases where you could be at risk of data loss or account loss if you just link these things without thinking, if you have alt accounts on multiple platforms. So just keep that in mind. So that's kind of my PSA for this stream. Like if you're going to be playing Ghost of Tsushima and you play a lot of live service games and they're on multiple platforms, just be aware before you do the link that you might lose some of your live service games. But yeah, this is one that I'll definitely be checking out. I will look into this FSR stuff and see how. I'm curious to know how it works with XESS. But it sounds like it's just a bunch of toggles in the graphics options that you just turn on or off. So that's really good. Meanwhile, Grand Theft Auto 6 launches fall of next year. That means this is still a long ways off. And the funny thing is that's going to be like a console exclusive. So it says here, as we enter fiscal 2025 with positive momentum. Oh wait, did they say fiscal? Oh no, they said fall. So we expect to deliver net bookings of 5.55 to 5.65 billion. So what is Take-Two's money maker? Like, GTA is so old. Is GTA 5 a live service game? Like, how are they still making money off of that one game? Like, what else do they have besides that one game that's actually out now? Like, I don't get it. Our outlook reflects a narrowing of Rockstar Games' previously established window of calendar 25 to fall of calendar 25 for Grand Theft Auto 6. GTA Online is live service. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. I mean, I know a lot of people play it. I'm well aware of the RP scene for GTA 5. It's basically GTA Online, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Just how are they making all this money? They say net bookings of 5.5 to 5.6 billion. Like, where is that coming from exactly? Last I checked, they don't have a Genshin Impact. So it's like, where are they getting all this money? You know what I'm saying? They own the 2K studios too, which makes you... Oh, okay. But really, is the NBA 2K really making that much money though? I feel like the sports games don't make this kind of money. Like, those games in a year probably make in the couple hundred millions. I don't think like NBA 2K is pulling in like $5 billion in revenue. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't seem like that's how it works. FIFA made mad money. Man, apparently I don't know what I'm talking about then. They have NBA and WWE. WWE is what? What do they like? What do the people who play these games like? What are they spending money on though? So okay, what are the microtransactions in these games? Like in 2K, in NBA 2K, like what are they spending money on in those games? Because clearly there's something that I don't know about. There's clearly something that I don't understand. I need to figure this out. FIFA was gambling card packs for players. What? What? It's $25 to change the color of the ball. GTA Online, it's in-game credit cards. Wait, what? What? In-game credit cards? Uniforms for the NBA? What? Man, when did this happen? Like, I remember when in these type of games, like 15 years ago, you would just unlock the different outfits. You would unlock the different uniforms. You just play the game a lot, and you just unlock stuff naturally. Somehow, gaming degenerated into a cesspool of microtransactions, man. Like, what is this? This is so weird. Like, I know League of Legends is big on this type of stuff, like character skins. I didn't know the sports games had this. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, there you go. Then that's how they're getting the numbers. Then okay, because you buy the game, and then it's a recurring revenue thing. Okay. Man. Wow. We are highly confident that Rockstar Games will deliver an unparalleled entertainment experience, and our expectations for the commercial impact. Commercial impact. Commercial impact is code for big money of the title to continue to increase. Looking ahead, we believe that our company is poised to achieve new levels of success and we expect to deliver sequential growth. So what I'm really curious to see, so there was another story. I think we got to find the Square Enix story next to talk about that, because here's the thing: the company's poised to achieve new levels, sequential growth, net bookings for fiscal 25, 26, 27, as we deliver our. You know what this is? This is Rockstar double dipping, because fiscal 25 is going to be console exclusive. So all the people that can't wait, if they haven't already purchased a console, they're going to go and get a console. Like, GTA 6 is going to sell so many consoles. Like, that is a console seller. Like, if you guys thought Final Fantasy 16 or Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth were console sellers, no. This game is a console seller. This is a real console seller. So the fact that this is still slated to be a console exclusive in 2025, that literally is proven by this. Because they're saying this, that basically means they're going to get all the money from the console. Then they're going to do, I don't know what they're going to do in 2026, but they're probably going to launch the PC version either a year after the console one, which basically means the end of 2026, and then that basically bleeds into 2027. So they're basically going to double dip. They're going to get all the people that go out and get the game for the console, then they're going to go and get all the money from the people who wait for the PC, and then they're going to double dip and get the people who bought it on the console, who then also go and buy the PC version, so they can play that version as the definitive version when that comes out. So, yeah, this is like not only are they going to get the microtransaction revenue, they're going to get the double dip sale of the people who buy it twice, because pretty much, a game like this, of this scale, there's going to be a lot of people that buy it on multiple platforms. FIFA started the sports gambling around 2010, 2013. If microtransactions didn't exist, we could. Yeah, well, the thing is, you guys got to think about it, right? Like live service, that whole business model is basically built around microtransactions. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, saying live service game is pretty much synonymous with saying microtransaction game, because it's pretty much hand in hand. Like, the only way a company would release a free-to-play game is because they stand to gain a lot of money over a long period of time from their player base, because they milk their player base like they're literally, picking carrots out of their garden, just to hang the carrots out over the players. The carrot on a stick business model as well, with a lot of these live service games. You did buy GTA 5 twice, frankly. I won't be doing the same for GTA 6. Yeah, because if microtransactions didn't exist, you would definitely see... You would see franchises like GTA and the other large ones like Final Fantasy. You would see them iterate way more frequently, because that's exactly how it used to be in the early 2000s and throughout the 90s. You saw in the 90s and the 2000s. You saw way more innovation. You saw way more experimental gameplay. You saw way more experimental storytelling. You just don't see that anymore. The gaming industry has devolved into, or maybe the right word is it's evolved into a landscape of microtransaction games and AAA games. And then of course indie games. That's basically what it is. Like, there's nothing in the middle anymore when you think about it. There's literally just three types of games. You're either an indie game, which has a shoestring budget. You're a massive mega whale. You're a whaler live stream game like Genshin Impact and GTA. And the MMOs kind of also fall into that category, although they're a slightly different business model. Although a lot of MMOs have cash shops as well now. So they're almost the same thing as any live service game. And then you have the AAA blockbusters. You got your God of War Ragnarok. You got Spider-Man 2. You have Elden Ring. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16. Those are the big, like high budget, high dollar, one time, usually single player. Maybe it has some kind of online multiplayer or online aspects like Elden Ring did. So you got those type of games, which are very rare because those games have such a long development cycle now. Like, think about how long it took to make Final Fantasy 16. So Final Fantasy 15 was, what was that, 2016? I think it was 2016. Final Fantasy, well, let's just look it up. Final Fantasy 15 release date. Final Fantasy 15 released in 2016. Final Fantasy 16 released in June of last year. Yeah. So 2023. Almost 7.5 years. Or about 7 years, we can say. Between the two. 7-year development cycle, or not even a development cycle. 7-year gap between Final Fantasy 15 and Final Fantasy 16. So the gap between these big, high dollar, high budget games is getting wider and wider. Look at GTA. GTA 5 release date. October 1st, 2013. On the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. That's literally 2 console generations ago. That's how old GTA 5 is. You guys believe that? That's 10.5 years ago. The game's 10.5 years old. 10.5 years old. And we're not going to see GTA 6 until next fall. Like 2025 fall. So it's still like 18 months away. So we're going on, it's going to be 12 years apart. 12 years. 12 years to wait from GTA 5 to GTA 6. Does that mean we have to wait 20 years for GTA 7? 20 years, man. Like, whoa. Oh, man. I wonder what CPUs will be out when GTA 7 comes out. That's depressing. That's depressing. That right there is proof that the gaming industry has devolved into like 3 types of games. Live service, blockbuster, like AAA, that has super long development cycles. We're going on like 12 years by the time this game comes out. Like it better be game of the year. That's all I'm gonna say. You gotta wait 12 years for the next GTA. Yeah, it better be game of the year. But so it's coming out. You know what's gonna be really, really weird? So there's one company out there that doesn't follow this policy, or this trend, I should say. So let's remove all of this. So we can use, let's see, how do I want to go with this? 2009, 2010, 11. Am I going to be able to fit all of this? 12, 13. Okay, maybe I am not going to be able to fit all of this. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, yeah, this was a bad idea. Let me just shrink this down a little bit. I really need to save like a template of this so I don't have to do this every time. 23, 24, 25. We'll just stop at 25 because that's where we need to only go to next year. So there's one game, or there's one developer who used to be a small developer, largely unknown developer, who has not followed this increasingly long development cycle. So meaning they stick to their roadmap. They operate typically on a 3-year development cycle. And I would say they've been pretty consistent over the years. So, and that company, I'm just going to start listing their games, and you guys can figure out who this developer is. So Kay just subscribed to the channel. Hey Kay, if you're watching live, welcome to the stream. From Software. Yep, From Software. So you guys already know. I wonder how you guys figured that out, though. Like, I wonder how you figured that out. It starts with 2009. Maybe you've already heard this lecture. But you probably already know what I was about to write. So it starts in... Now, these guys have been around since the 90s. In fact, they might have even been around since the 80s. But From Software, the first game that put them on the map, because they're the ones who made Kingsfield in the 90s on the PlayStation. And I think they did some other stuff that was on like Sega Saturn or something. But what really put them on the map, originally they did Demon's Souls as a PlayStation 3 exclusive. But then they had a game called Dark Souls in 2011. This was a 2011 game. And this really put them on the map. Like, people started paying attention to them after Dark Souls came out. And then in 2012, they didn't even do anything. So they operate on a 3-year cycle. So obviously, this game, like, people might look at this like, hey, this is only like 2 years. Well, the thing is, Demon's Souls, I think, came out in Japan in 2008 or something, if I'm not mistaken. Or the game was already done all the way back in 2008. It's just they didn't have a good publisher. Like, Sony was not going to publish it or something. I forget what the reason was, but there's some history there. But the point is, they did Dark Souls, and then in 2014, there was Dark Souls 2. We'll just say Dark Souls 2. I guess I'll abbreviate it this way. So Dark Souls 2 was a 2014 game. So you can see, like, 2011 to 2014, that's a 3-year gap. But then there was a point in their history where they were very prolific and had a lot of games that came out, like, back-to-back. So 2015, Bloodborne, which is still a PlayStation 4 exclusive to this day. Like, it's still stuck on PlayStation 4. Now, you can play it on PlayStation 5. But it's still a console exclusive. So that one, Demon's Souls is also a console exclusive. But that's because Sony published this. So I think they own the rights. And they also own the rights to this. And that's the reason why Demon's Souls and Bloodborne. So if you're someone who has played all these games, you might have noticed that the soundtrack of Demon's Souls and Bloodborne is significantly better than the OST for the Dark Souls games. Like, it's a lot better. Like, Demon's Souls and Bloodborne, their OSTs are like Game of the Year OSTs. Like, hands down. That's because Sony helped them develop They basically gave them access to their movie studio orchestras and stuff like that. I think the London Philharmonic Orchestra helped record some of the music for those games. And that's the reason why Demon's Souls and Bloodborne, the quality of their music is so much better than the typical From Software game. And also, I'll also add the font. The font for Demon Souls and the font for Bloodborne is also very different from the Dark Souls font. So that also signifies that the kind of the publisher had a say in some of the aspects of some of how they're marketed and presented. That only bought PS4 because of Bloodborne. I got my PS4 for Bloodborne. Like, I didn't get a PS4 at launch. PS4 is one of the consoles that I never got at launch. I actually bought it, like, I think a month or two before Bloodborne came out. And it was mainly for Bloodborne. Bloodborne is probably my favorite PlayStation 4 game. Hands down. So it is a classic. But then in 2016, they came out with Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is 2016. See, so if you look at, so this is what I consider From Software's most prolific time, because they put out 3 games. It's almost like they were almost like Capcom. They were releasing games on an annual basis. They did Dark Souls 2 in 2014. They did Bloodborne in 2015, and they did Dark Souls 3 in 2016. And if we're getting really, really technical, they did Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, or whatever. I forget how they abbreviate it. Scholar of the First Sin. So which was basically like a remastered director's cut version of Dark Souls 2. So that also came out in 2016. So this is why I would say like the mid 2010 decade was From Software's most prolific time, because they were cranking out games like very rapidly. And that was definitely not what other developers were doing, because this was a time when gaming switched from being as we remember it to loot boxes and live services and gacha. That was when this all started happening in this decade. It was all in this time frame over the course of these 10 years. This was the decade where esports kind of rose to prominence, and League of Legends Worlds from Riot Games became very popularized, and skins, in-game skins became a thing. And that was when loot boxes and this type of microtransactions became the norm. It was from 2010 to 2020 was when microtransactions actually entered the market in droves and took over and redefined gaming as we know it from a financial standpoint. The what? You know, people that only, to be honest, it gets easier when you master the art of reusing assets. RGG Studio released one Yakuza game every year. Yeah, for series like that, yeah, that is a good point, though. That is a good point. The thing is, what allowed From Software to do this is the fact that they used one engine. They used their own in-house engine. They didn't have to worry about UE4. They didn't have to learn how to develop on someone else's engine. They basically built their own. Because all of these games still run on the exact same engine that was made for Demon Souls. A lot of people don't know that. Now, there were newer versions. Like, there were iterations and improvements to their engine, because clearly the games on the PlayStation 4, although this one is the PlayStation 3 game, these games, this one and this one in particular, they look noticeably better than the original Dark Souls and Demon Souls. Like, if you actually look at them side by side. So, and that's because they made changes to their engine to improve polygon counts, lighting, that kind of thing, because they were developing the game for a newer console generation. But then they developed another game called Sekiro, and that came out in 2019, and that was a different kind of game. But you can see, like, if you go by their Dark Souls, here we have 3 years. Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3. Here we have, like, it's kind of like 2.5. But that's where they're really prolific. But then again, you have 3 years to Sekiro. You have from 2016 to 2019, you have like a 3-year gap between those two games. And ever since then, ever since Dark Souls 3, what I'll say is Dark Souls 3 is where you can, like from Dark Souls 3 forward, you can easily guess when From Software will release their next game. Because if we go by this, I should count 1, 2, 3, which means their next game after Sekiro should be 2022. And we all know what that game is. Game of the Year of 2022. Elden Ring. So, knowing this, we count 3 years, and their next big game should be next year. Unless they break this pattern. But if you look at their track record, they're pretty consistent. They don't really do more than 3 years without a major game. Now, someone might say, hey, you forgot about Armored Core. Yes, I know. Armored Core was last year. So they had Armored Core. We'll just say ARM 6. Armored Core 6 was last year. But I kind of see that as like an alternative one because it's kind of like Bloodborne. It's just kind of there. You know what I mean? Like, and then this is kind of there. So it's not really part of their major, like, meaning they didn't devote the same amount of resources to this that they did their mainline games. Now, I know they put a lot of effort into Bloodborne because that was a partnership with Sony. And that's the reason why that's still a Sony exclusive. But Armored Core is definitely more of like a niche within a niche. Like it's a sci-fi, third-person shooter, single-player mech game. Although I think it does have co-op, or it does have PvP at least. But yeah, that's kind of like a one-off. So if you go by their big games, the ones where they put a lot of effort, basically Miyazaki and everybody, all hands on deck, next year. Why am I saying this? Because we were just talking about GTA 6 earlier. And GTA 6, I mean, that's literally like a 12-year from GTA 5 all the way to GTA 6. In the time between GTA 5 and GTA 6, From Software has made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new games. Possibly 7 with their new title next year. So it's going to be kind of a thing where it's like the games that you look forward to now are usually the big AAA titles. So obviously GTA 6 is going to be one of those big AAA titles while also possibly being a live service game. So it's basically double dipping. It's doing both. And it's not that games can't do that. I mean, MMOs, they live to do that. If they're successful enough, like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. But also, games that start as live service become really, really big, and they basically turn into blockbuster games, and that's essentially what Genshin Impact is. Because I don't think anybody expected that game to be as big as it is, and it is. So, yeah. So I think next year, what I'm saying is next year, the Game of the Year candidates are probably going to be GTA 6 and whatever From Software's new game is, and probably some other AAA game from Sony or whoever. But that's pretty much it. Unless the Switch 2 comes out and there's like another Zelda game. Who knows? If they release a game next year, it will clash with GTA 6. It's going to be the immovable object versus the unsolvable. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's what I was trying to say, but you said it in a much more straightforward manner than me having to draw an entire decade worth of games and like give all this backstory and reasoning. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is Rockstar is like Frieza. And they can just like transform, you know, like GTA 5 was Frieza Form 3, GTA 6 is Frieza Form 4. Meanwhile, From Software is like Goku training under 100 times Earth's normal gravity and got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. So now they've got all this experience built up over literally a decade, almost a decade and a half at this point. So I can't wait to see what they tease later this year, because I expect probably around Gamescom or the Tokyo Game Show, I expect From Software to tease their next game. That's when they're going to do the reveal. Sometime in either August or September, maybe October at the latest, From Software is going to start. There's going to be rumblings of their next game later this year. So, but planned for next year as the release. So I'm stoked because I have no idea what they're going to do. Because they're not doing. I don't think they're going to do another like a Elden Ring type of game. What I really want to see from Miyazaki personally, I want to see him do like a sci-fi game, like a Dark Souls game, but in space, like sci-fi. William with the sub. Thanks for the sub. You know, it's rare to see people subscribing while I'm live. Like, we don't get a lot of, like, spam alerts of people subscribing to the channel. So I appreciate the subs. Didn't Konami tell us Silent Hill 2 will come out this year? I don't know. Is it? They put out that free-to-play demo on PlayStation Network. But I don't know if Silent Hill 2 is coming out. It's a good question, though. I mean, it says, just doing a quick Google search, it says 2024. But I don't know. Oh, you know what? I just thought of another game. I just thought of another game that's coming out next year. So, okay. We want to talk 2025 because 2024 is basically super boring and all the major games have already come out. So, Game of the Year 2025. This is hilarious. We're not even at 2025 and we're already trying to declare like Game of the Year candidates. So, my take on this is there's a couple of choices. So, obviously GTA 6 From Software something, whatever their game is, I think it's gonna be on the list just because I don't know. They have a really good track record. Let's just put it that way. Next we have everybody forgot about this one. Okay, guys, what is a game that's coming out next year from Capcom that could end up being Game of the Year? What's the big Capcom game? Everybody forgot about Capcom. I was about to talk about Capcom because Capcom has a good track record of doing exactly what Marcelo was saying, reusing game assets. They basically use their RE engine basically for everything now. And Gollum 2? What? What? The demo was not promising and the trailers aren't promising as well. Monster Hunter Wilds. What? This game. You guys don't know. Like, I don't know how into From Software games the people watching the stream are, but there's a lot of From Software fanboys. There's a lot of Monster Hunter fanboys and fangirls. See, the difference is From Software has like this hardcore, like, try-hard group of people that are like so into like really hard games and the action and even the PvP aspect of those games, but that kind of limits the appeal and the scope of the sort of people that you can get to play the game. Meanwhile, Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't have that problem. It appeals to way more people. And Monster Hunter World was extremely successful when it came out back in 2018. There's a lot of people looking forward to this. So I feel like next year is going to be a big year in terms of like big games that a lot of people are waiting for. Like GTA 6 is probably the front runner, although that one's coming out the end of next year. So that kind of leaves the door open for these sort of games. I mean, do you guys think there's going to be like a Nintendo thing? I don't know. Who's the fourth one? Sony AAA? I don't know. Like, those would be like fourth and fifth. Like, that would be it. You remembered another game, Death Stranding 2. Is Death Stranding 2 literally next year, though? Is it really next year? Stalker 2 is next year? From Software something. I don't know what to call it. Like, it's some sci-fi thing? I hope it's a sci-fi game. Because there hasn't been a lot of good sci-fi games recently. Like, I feel like all the sci-fi games that have come out, except for Star Rail, and that's a live service game, which is embarrassing. But a live service game actually was a better sci-fi game than, like, the big budget, like Star Wars and Starfield. Those games... Jedi Survivor is actually a decent game. It just ran so poorly at launch that everybody complained, and that just damaged reputation. Fallen Order didn't have the same amount of problems with perception by the public. But overall, that game was pretty decent. Like, Jedi Survivor is actually a pretty solid game. Starfield left a lot to be desired. It underperformed. It overpromised, underdelivered, regardless of what you're evaluating it on. The performance was okay if you had a really high-end system. Otherwise, it was questionable. So it wasn't as bad as Star Wars was to run, and it also didn't look as bad. But it also didn't look great, and it had a lot of empty planets, and it was kind of like a bunch of empty promises that didn't really feel like the developers delivered. So that's why when I think of the best sci-fi game that I can think of in recent memory, it's actually Honkai Star Rail. It's actually a gacha game. That's actually the best sci-fi game that I've played in a year. Jedi Survivor had issues even with a good PC and frame gen. Jedi Survivor was way too hard to run for most people's PCs. It was the most CPU bound game that I tested last year. What was the other one that I tested recently? Dragon's Dogma 2. So yeah, Jedi Survivor was so CPU heavy, almost unnecessarily so, and it was basically the king of CPU bottlenecks for a single player game until Dragon's Dogma 2 came out. Dragon's Dogma 2 basically dethroned Jedi Survivor as the new most CPU bound single player game. Baldur's Gate 3 was what? Was bad as well? Baldur's Gate 3 was actually not that bad. No, I don't think so. Like, I played Baldur's Gate 3 and its performance was actually pretty decent. Like, I tested it on a laptop with a 680M, and it ran okay. Like, the thing with Baldur's Gate 3 is you could scale it down and it could run good. Jedi Survivor and Dragon's Dogma are games that if you set them to the lowest graphical settings and make them look like garbage, if you basically make Dragon's Dogma and Jedi Survivor look like a PlayStation 3 game, it will still run terrible. Like, it's still going to be CPU bound. You can crank all the settings down to lowest, you can set the resolution down to 720p, and they'll still run like trash. So, whereas Baldur's Gate, you scale it down, it's good. You scale it up, it's still good. Actual Baldur's Gate City, well, okay. I never got to Act 3, so I can't really argue that point because I never got to Act 3 in Baldur's Gate. But what I can say is my experience with Baldur's Gate was that it was actually pretty smooth. Like, I didn't really have any issues. But I remember the issues with Jedi Survivor. So I remember the CPU bottlenecks on Coruscant specifically. But also just in, like, that one town on the second planet. Like, you were just so heavily CPU bound for what seemed like no reason. Like, there was more NPCs in Hogsmeade and Hogwarts than there were in Jedi Survivor, and yet Jedi Survivor was way more CPU bound than Hogwarts Legacy for some weird reason that I could never figure out. And aren't both of those games UE4? They're like the same engine. And then one of them doesn't have as many objects or things on screen to interact with, and it just runs way worse for some reason. And it's published by EA. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem was that Jedi Survivor was published by EA and Hogwarts Legacy was not. So I blame EA. Larry knows how to fix stuff. Oh, okay. So Act 3 was interesting. Because I never heard a lot of people complain about Dragon's Dogma's performance, though. And I know a lot of people that actually got to Act 3 and even finished the game. And I never heard them complain about the performance. And a lot of them aren't even running, like, the best CPUs. I know people that are still running, like, Ryzen 5 CPUs, like AM4 CPUs, 5800X3Ds, older Intel CPUs, like Intel 8th gen, Intel 9th gen. I mean, they didn't really, no one was really complaining. Act 3 was Windows Update the game. Immortals of Avium wasn't CPU limited. But no GPU can get. Immortals of Avium. Oh, Immortals of Avium and Lords of the Fallen both ran like. They were so hard to run. Those are UE5 games, though. But the difference was Immortals of Avium was a single-player game. Lords of the Fallen was a multiplayer game. So unless you were playing in offline mode in Lords of the Fallen, like if you were playing online like I was, Lords of the Fallen, man, with online, it's a UE5 game with multiplayer, with co-op and PvP. Like, and all this random stuff running around in the background, like Dragon's Dogma. Lords of the Fallen, that game was real hard to run for a lot of people. You had to have, like, insanely good hardware to run Lords of the Fallen. In fact, Lords of the Fallen, no GPU could run 4K 60 on Ultra. Without basically like the same with Immortals of Avium. Lords of the Fallen was exactly the same as Immortals of Avium. No GPU could do 4K 60 Ultra. Not a single one, not even the 4090. I mean, I live streamed it with the 4090 and the XTX, so I showed how it was on launch. Now, since then, they have supposedly like fixed all of the issues, and it's supposedly a lot better. I actually played it recently. Like a few weeks ago, I tested it because they did do this huge thing saying like, hey, we updated the game, version 1.5, everybody can come back. Gamers, it's safe to play now, I promise. And it's like, okay, I'll test it out. And it actually ran really good. So, yeah. But it's still really, really hard to run. Like, if you don't have the 4090, you're not doing 4K 60 at Ultra in Lords of the Fallen. Even with all the optimization patches. Like, the 4090 barely makes it. I think it's like 58, 57 FPS now with all these updates at 4K native Ultra. So, I mean, the 4090, man. See, this is the thing. It's like you fix your game and then you show, oh, the 4090, it only does 57, 58 FPS. Hence, the reason why a 5090 is actually justified. So, that's what's happening. Haven't played Lords of the Fallen yet. How is it compared to Dark Souls? You know, Lords of the Fallen, I told people this multiple times in previous streams. Lords of the Fallen, when I think of 2023, Lords of the Fallen was the most fun I had last year. Out of all the games that came out last year. Because we had lots of games last year. You know, like I have to recall my memory. Like we had, let's games of 2023. We had Forspoken. We had Hogwarts Legacy. We had The Last of Us Part 1. Jedi Survivor. Street Fighter 6. Trying to go in, I'm going in chronological order. I mean, you guys are saying Lies of P, Lies of PP. Yeah, that's later though. I'm talking about like the first, because Forspoken was January, Hogwarts was February, Last of Us was March, Jedi Survivor was April, Street Fighter was June. What was the game in May? Tears of the Kingdom? Wasn't that May? I think that was May. Street Fighter was June. Final Fantasy 16 was June. What was July? Nothing? I mean, Ratchet and Clank came to PC in July, but I mean that doesn't count. Man. What were the games? I can't remember. What was July? Baldur's Gate was like August. So it was like nothing. July was like the big nothing. Was there anything that I missed? What was in, I mean, there was some other ones. I'm not gonna Resident Evil 4 was in, March. Was it? Oh, it was actually before it. RE4 remake. What else? Wolong. I'm not gonna list them. That's a very niche game. Octopath Traveler 2. Dead Island 2. Nobody cares. I think Redfall was last year, wasn't it? 16. Ratchet and Clank. Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, so Baldur's Gate 3 was after this one. BG3. What else? Oh, Fires of Rubicon. Armored Core 6. Lies of P. Lords of the Fallen. Gollum? No. Atomic Heart? Was Atomic Heart even good? Like, no one really talks about the game anymore. I never played that, so I don't really know. But yeah, I guess that was one of them also. Sons of the Forest. That was early access, wasn't it? That doesn't count. I don't count early access games. Because technically, Baldur's Gate 3 has been around for years. But it was early access until now. God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, you're right. No, God of War Ragnarok was 2022, wasn't it? I don't think that was last year. Was it? No, Spider-Man 2 was last year. Ragnarok was 2022. Spider-Man 2 was... Okay, that was the big one. I was trying to find, like, what was the big game that came out. I think they spell it like this. Anyway, these are the big ones that I remember. This was the most fun I had. Oh, why is Forspoken there? Well, see, the thing is, Forspoken was a game that... Oh, you know what I forgot? I completely forgot a game. And no one called it out. I completely forgot a game. I forgot Starfield. Oh, Alan Wake 2 also. Alan Wake 2 was at the end, though. Like, man, we're running out of space. Alan Wake 2 was, like, down here, though. Alan Wake 2. Yeah, you're right. Alan Wake 2. Forspoken? Okay. Forspoken... God of War competed with... No, it didn't. God of War was 2022. God of War competed with Elden Ring. You got that one mixed up. Spider-Man 2 was Sony's big 2023 game. God of War 2 Ragnarok was 2022. That was Sony's big 2022 game. So yeah, these were the games. So Forspoken and Starfield were games that were like hyped up so much. I remember the trailers for Forspoken. I remember the interviews, the developer interviews, the technical interviews. Like there was so much content around Forspoken, and then the game came out, and it was basically, like it was mediocre. It was hard to run. For no reason, even though it was the same engine that Final Fantasy 15 was using. It was the Luminous engine. Like the ray tracing didn't even do anything. You turn it on and you lose 20-30% FPS, and the visuals don't even look any different. So it was kind of a mess. It was touted for being the first game that used direct storage. So the faster your SSD was, you actually had some slight increases in average frame rate. So, weird stuff like that. It was a quirky game. Overall, it underperformed. And then the other game that did the same thing was Starfield. Starfield was hyped up so much, and it underperformed. Although I think ultimately, Starfield didn't underperform as badly as Forspoken did. I feel like Forspoken did worse than Starfield. Now, some people might disagree with me, but as someone who played both games, I would say Forspoken was worse. Forspoken feels like an AI-generated game. Yeah, I would not be surprised if that's actually a true statement. Because they were using a lot of experimental advanced technology in the development of Forspoken. And that's why the game had such high hopes, because it supposedly had all this brand new technology that no other games ever use, like direct storage on the PC. They were talking about how they were doing all this fancy stuff with ray tracing. They were talking about all this weird, and none of it ever really did anything. Like, what? What did it all do? The RT in the game didn't even do anything, except reduce your frame rate. The world was so empty. There was literally nothing to do. Like, it's just, what? Like, the game... Starfield had a similar problem. Starfield had all these empty planets. Remember they touted you can visit over 1,000 planets. Less than 10% of those planets actually had content that was worth looking into. So, yeah, overpromise, underdelivered. Both games. Both games. From that list, there's like only 4 games that are mildly easy to run. Yeah. The only games on this list that are easy to run are this. If we're going by Switch hardware, this is not actually running that well. I mean, it runs okay on the Switch hardware itself. Armored Core 6 runs pretty good. Lies of P runs really good too. Is that it? Those are the only 4? Did I get them right? Because I think the other ones are actually pretty hard. RE4 is not that hard to run. I mean, considering it's the same RE engine from like Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil Remake, or Resident Evil 2 Remake. But that one I think can be harder to run than these other ones. I feel like these other ones are easier to run. Armored Core 6, though, was harder to run than like Sekiro. But again, it's a much newer game. Oh yeah, Avatar, man. I forgot about Avatar. But that's because Avatar is technically getting counted for this year. But you're right. Avatar, Frontiers. That's another one. I forgot about that one. But that's because I keep thinking that one's going to be up for rewards or awards this year. Not last year. But yeah, that one technically was last year. At the very, very end. Armored Core 6, RE, Street Fighter, Lies of P. So basically, oh wait, Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, we're not counting Tears of the Kingdom because it's a, okay. I'll have to re-put Avatar on here. Yeah, but from this list, that game came out and went on release date except for benchmark enthusiasts. Wait, what? So Avatar was actually a pretty good game. See, okay, out of all the games, out of all these big high budget games that came out last year, this one actually was the most surprising one. Like, when you think about it, like, no one expected this game. Like, this game just kind of showed up. Like, I don't remember ever seeing any trailer or any announcement. And then all of a sudden, the game just kind of just appears out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get all these games, you get all these big games that either disappointed, or they were lukewarm, or they were really, really good. And then you get Avatar at the end. At the very, very end. Because remember, like, what was the problem with Forspoken? Forspoken, extremely hard to run. Failed. Hogwarts Legacy was also very CPU heavy. But for the most part, Hogwarts Legacy was okay. Although, Hogwarts Legacy exposed the VRAM limitations of a lot of GPUs. That's what Hogwarts Legacy's main criticism was. But otherwise, it was okay. RE4, okay. Last of Us, insanely hard to run. Like, so hard to run that it's like somebody went up to Vegeta or Goku and, like, turned the gravity meter up to 400 times Earth's normal gravity. Like, on the spot. Like, what? This is so hard to run. What is this? It's like, you know, it makes you think of that one video. That one video of that one guy trying to, like, karate chop, like, a wooden block or something. And he does, like, a somersault. And he's, like, trying to, like, hit it with his foot. And he's finally giving up. And he's like, what kind of wood is this? You know what I'm saying? Like Last of Us, all of a sudden, you turn The Last of Us Part 1 on, and then the 4090's like, what is this? It's like so heavy. What is like what? You know, it's like this extremely hard to run game, just out of nowhere. It's like, whoa, it's so hard to run. Jedi Survivor, extremely hard to run on the CPU. Like, so CPU bound. Extremely heavy spiritual pressure. You know, like then Baldur's Gate 3, people complain about Act 3, but I think that game was pretty much okay. Armored Core, nothing wrong. Starfield, I didn't have any issues. A lot of people had issues. I didn't have any problems. I don't know. If you were on RDNA 3, you were not having any problems. But if you were on anything else, you were having problems. So that was pretty much Starfield. Lies of P ran really good. Immortals of Avium was extremely hard to run in the exact same way Lords of the Fallen was. UE5. The difference was Immortals was single player, Lords of the Fallen was multiplayer and UE5. And they had the nanite stuff turned on. I think you couldn't turn it off. So you were basically stuck and you had to use upscaling. And then I remember Lords of the Fallen had a DLSS frame gen issue at launch that would crash people's game and corrupt their save file. So it was so bad the developers basically patched the game and took it out. So they basically removed frame gen DLSS from the game. The review copy actually had FSR3 in it, but the retail copy removed FSR3. So at launch you had FSR2 and you had DLSS 3 with frame gen, but then they removed frame gen and I don't think they ever put it back. I mean, somebody modded it back in, but yeah, they never officially put it back in as far as I know. And then Spider-Man 2, that's a console game. Avatar, Alan Wake 2. This game, single-handedly killed the 1080 Ti. That game, like, finished off the 1080 Ti. That was basically, like, Alan Wake 2 is basically Vegeta And the 1080 Ti was Zarbon in the Frieza saga. That's basically what that was. The 1080 Ti was punched in the stomach and then shot into a lake to drown. That was basically what happened to the 1080 Ti when it met Alan Wake 2. So that was the end of the Pascal series. Then we had Avatar. Out of nowhere, Avatar comes out, and it looks so good, and it's so well optimized. It was like the complete opposite of all this other stuff, and then it just runs. But it's also very hard to run, but it is justified because the technology that they implemented is very forward-thinking and ahead of its time. So Avatar was, from a technical standpoint, Avatar was very impressive on all fronts in a lot of ways. Now, I personally was not that interested in the gameplay because it's a typical, it's got that Ubisoft gameplay loop, which is, to me, it gets kind of repetitive after a while. But it was a good game, all things considered. You believe Alan Wake 2 got a patch this year that made performance a ton better? Well, if they patch it, then it's not without degrade in the overall quality of the experience. Like, it may run better on those older GPUs, but it's not going to look better. Because that kind of sounds like what they did for Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy does not look that good on an 8GB GPU if you crank the settings up to Ultra, because what it ends up doing is it ends up constantly loading textures in and out of the VRAM. So you end up with a situation where if you stare at the ground, you'll see the textures constantly shifting, and it's kind of jarring and it's not very immersive. So I would imagine if they do something to make Alan Wake 2 work on the older hardware, it'll do something similar to what would happen with Hogwarts. Because Hogwarts did get a graphical nerf for the older GPUs that have less VRAM to make it run at higher frame rate. Basically, they traded visual quality for higher frame rate, regardless of the preset, or as you increase the preset. No, Alan Wake 2 was not hard to run if you're on anything newer than like 20 series. Alan Wake 2, it didn't work on these type of GPUs because it used something called mesh shaders that these GPUs cannot do. Like, they don't support it. So that's the reason why I circled that one. It wasn't because it's hard to run, it's because it used a type of rendering technique or shader technique that these GPUs 10 series and older cannot do. So that's why that's circled. But anyway, that was the list. So you guys can see, right? Like, last year, we had lots of good games. Controversial in terms of performance and overall user experience, but nonetheless, there's a lot of games. Now let's compare this year to last year. So this was 2023. Now, let's look at 2024's game list. What do we have in 2024? Was The Last of Us Part 2 this year? Yeah, it was. Only on console, though. Last of Us Part 2. I'm not going to count Pal World because that's early access. I don't count early access games. Tekken 8 was the big fighting game. Last year it was Street Fighter. This year it's Tekken. Like a Dragon. Infinite Wealth. That's a big game for some people, but that, regardless, is a big game. Then we had, I don't know, should I count Grand Blue? Helldivers 2. FF7 Rebirth. Dragon's Dogma 2. What else? Is that it? Suicide Squad was this year. Like, was it really, like, wait, what? Was that game good? Is that game even worth putting on this list? Because I didn't put Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, but if we're gonna include that, then we're gonna include Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I mean, what else is coming out this year? Anybody? Besides MMOs, besides a WoW expansion and a Final Fantasy expansion? I don't have anything written down. I got that Black Myth Wukong, but I don't really think that game's gonna be that good, to be honest. Like, if I'm not putting Relink on here, then I'm not putting that on there. Stellar Blade, same thing. Stellar Blade, I guess, okay. I'm gonna put Stellar Blade on here. Is it Stellar or Stellar? I don't even know if I know how to spell that. Stellar Blade. I'm gonna put this on here because Lies of P was the Souls-like single-player game from last year, and it was a Korean-developed game. This one's the same thing. It's kind of like a Souls style. It's more like Nier, but it is also a really hard game. Rebirth is on here. So, I mean, this is the list. So you guys can see, right? Like, there's still a chance for, like, a lot of other games. Is Kingdom Come 2 really coming out this year, though? Like, do we actually have a release date? I don't want to put a game down if I don't have a release date. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 release date. It just says 22. I don't have a release date. I'm not going to put it on until I have a release date. Because, I mean, I can put, like, FF14 Dawn Trail. I could put Dawn Trail. I can put, what's the WoW expansion? World of Warcraft. Man, what is the name of the WoW expansion? WoW expansion 2024. It's not Dragonflight. What's it called? Does anybody know? Does anybody play World of Warcraft? Is it The War Within? No, is that a show? Like, what? What is the name of the expansion? Oh, is it War Within? Is that really the name? The War Within is really the name of the expansion. War Within, okay. That's in the fall. Any possibility to face same crash problem on AAA games? What do you mean, face same crash problem? What's the crash problem? Oh, the what? Crash problem? I don't know. I mean, I can't answer that. How would I know? That's an unreleased product. We know little to nothing about it. Stalker 2 is September. Stalker 2. Stalker 2. You mean, okay, hold up. Release date. Yeah, you're right. Heart of Chernobyl. Or Chernobyl. That game is coming out September 5th. Okay. Is that a really good game, though? Like, I don't know anything about it. To me, it looks like... what's that one series? It looks like... Metro Last Light, Metro 2033 or whatever. Like, it looks like that. I mean, it actually has a hard release date, so okay, I will include it because it has a hard release date. And that will be before War Within. Yeah. So you can see it's a pretty decent list. It's not like it's a really, really small list. And there could be some more things in there that come out toward the end. Like, we don't know. But it looks to me like this year definitely is lighter on the games compared to last year. Because obviously we're missing some games, but we're also missing some games from last year's list. Like, I don't have Atomic Heart on there. I don't have Relink on the 2024 list. So of these games then, what do you guys think is game of the year? Like, out of this list, what do you think is game of the year 2024? Because it's funny, we were talking about this. We're talking about next year, or yeah, we're talking about next year. The contenders for next year are pretty well established, although these I don't really know. Like, that might not be a thing, who knows. But what about the current year? Like, out of these games, what is game of the year of 2024? The Last of Us 2, of course. Really? The very first one on the list? Really? So typically, there's going to be no more than 4 or 5 choices. So my question is, do we already have those 4 or 5 choices, like, on this list? Can you guys think, or is there any other game that we have not listed that could be game of the year that has yet to come out? Helldivers 2 or Stalker 2 for me. Assuming this, I mean, this does have a legitimate release date, like they did say September 5th, so I will include it. So, okay, so you're saying Helldivers? Indiana Jones is not listed, though. Indiana Jones doesn't have an actual release date. I'll check again, but I checked earlier. Indiana Jones. Let's see. It doesn't say. It doesn't know, so we can't include it. Avowed, if it doesn't end up flopping horribly. Avowed doesn't have a release date either. It just says fall. So who knows? It says it's scheduled to be released in Q3 or Q4 for Windows and Xbox. Do we know for a fact that it's coming out this year, though? See, that's the thing. Like, I hesitate to include a game on this list unless I have a firm release date, because otherwise, like, why would I include it? Or if it's a well-known title that sticks to its roadmap, like WoW. Like, I don't have the exact day, but I have the quarter, and following Blizzard's release cycle, there's no reason to doubt that there won't be a WoW expansion. Like, there will be a WoW expansion this year, so that one I can include. But I don't. Will it be game of the year? Probably not. Like, I don't expect this to be game of the year. But it's a game that a lot of people will play that's coming out this year, so it's gonna be a popular game. Pal World is still early access, so we do not include it. So these are the choices. Pal World will not be on any list at the VGA because it was not, it's not a public release. No, I played Pal World. I even did a live stream. I think I did like a 6-hour live stream playing the game. It's a good game. But I could tell, I mean, I haven't played it since, but I can tell that the game, when it's a fully finished 100% game, it'll be a really good game. It's just like, you could tell, like, there was no voice acting, there was no clear story narrative. So it felt very much like a sandbox open world with literally, like, you just do whatever you want, just kind of explore. And that was basically it. Like, no sense of direction. So what I see them adding is a story, voices, for the boss battles, because the boss battles were literally, there's like no voicing, there's nothing. It's just bare minimum combat sounds, and that's basically all the game had. There's no music, there's no nothing. So I mean, they have a long way to go. Drug Dealer Simulator 2 is coming June 30th. You think that's gonna like top the Steam charts or something? See, I'm thinking here's the candidates. I'm gonna tell you guys what I think the candidates are. I think Helldivers 2 is gonna be on the list. Final Fantasy 7 is gonna be on the list. Dragon's Dogma 2 is gonna be on the list. Those are the only three that I can think of. Maybe, although I doubt it. Like, if the list is very thin and they literally need like a 4th and 5th spot, and they really are struggling to fill the spot. Okay, Stalker 2 probably. I don't know anything about Stalker, guys, so that's why I didn't really include this one. But if they need a 5th one out of the remaining ones on the list, it's probably going to be Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. I mean, it's got to be. Fighting games are historically too niche. Like, as unfortunate, I hate to say that, but it's the truth. Like, fighting games, it's a small community. They don't have a lot of appeal in the modern era. I mean, I like them. Tekken 8, I was, like, you guys heard me say this last year. Like, Tekken 8 was one of my most anticipated games of this year. So that one I like a lot. But I also am a realist, and I understand, you know, like, not everyone's going to play that game. So it's too niche, even though it's an excellent game. Just like Street Fighter 6 was an excellent fighting game from last year. But I think this is probably what we're looking at. You think Stalker 2 will flop because it's going to run horribly? See, I don't know anything about it. The only reason why I circled that one is because people in the chat are talking about it a lot. So I'm like, okay, maybe there's something here that I'm not aware of. Because I can tell you right now, that's not going to be on a list. Okay, this is going to win Best Fighting Game of the Year. Like, hands down, Tekken 8 is just going to walk away with that award. Like, there's no competition. Like, it's straight up going to win. Like, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless the next Soul Calibur or something just randomly shows up at the end of the year, like, there's no competition. So Tekken 8 will win Best Fighting Game of the Year. And this is a UE5 game. And it runs well. So, clearly, you can make UE5 games that run well. In fact, this game, Tekken 8, runs better than Tekken 7. And Tekken 7 was a UE4 game. So Tekken 8 is really good. Last of Us, it's not original. I don't really see this. No. Like, no. So that's not... No. This is out. This is out for Game of the Year. This is not going to win anything unless it's like there's literally nothing. I don't think Final Fantasy XIV is going to win anything either because it's just another MMO expansion. And to be honest, I think 14... I hate to say this as somebody that is someone who has played all the Final Fantasy 14 expansions over the years. Final Fantasy, in my mind, the MMO is past its prime. I really hate to say this, but like I said, just like I said with Tekken, I also recognize, I can see the bigger picture. And the MMO, definitely, like, WoW, it can continue to exist, and it has its fan base, it has its player base, it'll continue to do fine, but in terms of Game of the Year, no. No. It's just no. Like, the only time Final Fantasy XIV could have ever had a chance at Game of the Year would have probably been in 2019 with Shadowbringers. Like, that was when it had a shot at Game of the Year. Since then, and that's because the competition in 2019 was so, like, lax. There was, like, nothing. Literally, it was Sekiro and Final Fantasy and probably, like, 2 other games that I can't even remember. So that shows you how much of a drought that year was. So that could have been their year to win Game of the Year. But I don't think they didn't win it because of Sekiro. Say HD2. Helldivers 2 is probably the front runner from what I've heard so far, but that's because a lot of people have played it though, and because it's a multiplayer game. But I think the way these should be graded is different. Like, just because a game has a lot of players playing it in multiplayer doesn't mean that it's game of the year. You know what I'm saying? Like, technically, it's a live service game, so it's kind of different. It's kind of different. So you have to grade it on a slightly different criteria if it's going to be eligible for game of the year. The same thing with any gacha game. Like, we haven't even gotten to the last thing I want to talk about on this stream, and that's the gacha games. Like, the gacha games... So think about it like this, guys. Genshin Impact came out in 2020. What was Game of the Year in 2020? Was it Genshin Impact? What game actually won in 2020? I can't even remember. Like, if someone were to ask me what was Game of the Year 2020, I would tell them Genshin Impact. Like, if like, first game that comes to my mind... Genshin Impact. Like, I don't know. Genshin Impact. Like, that's what I would say. For 2020, Game of the Year was Genshin Impact. Because that's the only one that I remember that came out that year. And a lot of people played it. Like, a lot of people played it, guys. Like, seriously. And so if it didn't win Game of the Year in 2020... then that proves that Helldivers 2 might not win Game of the Year in 2020 for the same way that Genshin Impact didn't win Game of the Year in 2020, assuming it didn't win. I might be wrong, and maybe it did win. I have no idea. I can't remember. So the reason why Genshin Impact comes to my mind is because it was a very popular game when it came out in 2020, and it was a live service game. And that's the reason why I remember it as Game of the Year, because I remember how popular it was, even if it didn't actually win. You see what I'm saying? So Helldivers 2 could suffer from the same thing. It's popular because it's a live service game, but it may not be the one that actually wins. So keep that in mind. So I think it's going to be down. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I have no idea. Because Helldivers 2's story, in my mind, is kind of weak. It's just kind of there for the premise of going down to the worlds, to the planets, and exploring. And it creates the narrative for justifying the enemies that you fight in the game, and the resources and all that kind of stuff. So it works. It's a cohesive thing, and the gameplay loop is really good. Very similar to Monster Hunter, believe it or not. Just different objectives. So that's still a game that I have yet to play. But I have seen a lot of gameplay of it, and I know a lot of people that do play Helldivers 2. So I have a general idea of where that game stands. What about Stellar Blade, biggest butt of the year? Honestly, this game, to me, this game is like... It's like Lies of P, except... to me, the gameplay is slightly clunkier. I actually thought Lies of P played a bit more smooth. But Stellar Blade's fine. It's just, I don't think it's going to have enough reach. It's an okay game, though. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's just, I don't know. It's like Last of Us Part 2 and Tekken 8. It's just kind of there. It's a good quality game. But it doesn't really do anything in terms of innovation and moving the needle in terms of appeal to a large audience. Max Payne 4 biggest? Who knows, man? I don't know. Lies of P is Souls-like benchmark? No, Lies of P is really good. I finished that game. That's one of the few games that I actually finished last year. Like, I actually finished that game. I finished Lords of the Fallen. So out of this list, I'll tell you what I finished. Technically, I finished the main story of Hogwarts Legacy. I finished Final Fantasy 16. I finished Armored Core. Eventually. It took me a long time, but I finished it. I finished Lies of P. I finished Lords of the Fallen. And that was it. Haven't finished any of the other games. Have not finished Jedi. Have not finished Last of Us. or Forspoken, or Remake. Never played Street Fighter seriously because I'm not that into the 2D fighters anymore. I have not finished Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not even in Act 3. I'm like in the very start of Act 2. So it's like, yeah, no. Never finished Starfield. I don't even have Spider-Man 2. I don't even have Alan Wake 2. And I have not finished Avatar. So that's pretty much the list. So the way I look at it is if I actually finish the game, to me it means the game is actually really good. Now, this is really good, but I just never finished it. It's a super long game. Didn't we forget Nintendo? No, I put, what was the game that they made last year? What was the Nintendo game? Oh, was Tears of the Kingdom? Oh, you're right, right here. No, I didn't finish it. Nope. Nope. There was a Mario game too. Wasn't there like a Mario Racer game or something? Or no, not Mario Kart. There was a man, what was it? The world, like a Mario World game or something? You finished Legacy, RE4, Last of Us, Survivor, BG3, Starfield. Man, you finished a lot of like long games too. Resident Evil 4 is pretty long. Jedi Survivor is long. BG3 is extremely long. Starfield's also long too. Like if you play the whole campaign, that is a pretty long game. Oh, Spider-Man. Yeah. Well, okay, that brings us to the final thing. This brings us to the final topic. Gacha games. Gacha games are basically eating up a large chunk of the gaming market. So we were talking earlier about like Genshin Impact. So for those that are not really aware of how popular gacha games are, we have another gacha game coming out next week. I will be covering this game because it's a free-to-play game, so why not? But look at this. Total pre-registrations for this upcoming game called Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves is 30. It's currently at 31.5 million pre-registrations. This in lies the power of free-to-play. How it can just pull in an audience out of nowhere and just get all the people on board and just walk away with all the money straight to the bank. We're about to see a Genshin Impact clone come out next week, and we're going to see how this thing does. So who knows, guys, because I kind of left this one for the very end because we were talking about all these games that are coming out this year. Wuthering Waves is coming out next week. So this one's going to be added to that list because I added Starfield to the list, or not Starfield, Star Rail to the list last year, and that game was the best gacha game of last year. So we'll see what happens when this game comes out, because I'm trying to remember what happened with 2020. I gotta go back and look because I remember there was a huge issue with one of those, like, was it, I think there was a Mario game and Genshin Impact, and there was like some kind of thing with one of those games won, but it was because the voters wanted it to win and the people that were evaluating didn't want it to win. I have to go back and look, but these games are never released on Steam. I'm glad they don't release on Steam. I don't want these games on Steam for reasons that we mentioned earlier this stream. Is this game gonna be? Oh yeah, you're right. Epic Game Store right there. Yeah. Yeah. So, Wuthering Waves is coming out. Let's take a look. Let's see what this does. Is this muted, or is this gonna like be super loud? Please put your headphones. Wait, hold on. What did it say? I don't know what it said there. Okay, the Wuthering Waves. Well, hold on. I'm gonna get demonetized. There's like a song playing. That's unfortunate. Why did they have to do that? Hold on, is it like a... Okay, yeah, no. We're not gonna run the risk of getting demonetized. So anyway, we'll just let the gameplay trailer go, I guess. Soothing Dolby Atmos, and then I have to mute it because I... Anyway, this game is free to play, so obviously like 31.5 million pre-registrations. Like, what was the peak for Helldivers 2? Does anybody remember? Why is this like... Does anybody remember what the peak concurrent view... Or like, what was the sales numbers for Helldivers 2? Does anybody know? Because this game's currently at 31.5 million, and it isn't even out yet. Keep that in mind. This game isn't even out yet, and it already has 31.5 million. So who knows, man? This is what... Because the thing is, Helldivers 2 is not free to play, isn't it? Like, you have to still buy the game, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe this game will push Helldivers to become free. Helldivers, yeah, Helldivers 2 is like $40. 458,000 on Steam concurrent players. Okay, yeah, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. You're talking about the highest it got, right? Because it's not currently at those numbers. It currently has 61,927 concurrent players. The peak today for Helldivers was 80,500. So that's actually really good, though. 456,000 concurrent players is very good. Yeah, that's good. The problem is it's going up against a game like this, which can be played on a smartphone and a PC, and it's all cloud synced. Like, your save progress is all cloud synced. So, you know. So, I don't know. All I'm saying is it depends on how they classify Helldivers. Because if they classify that game as a... like, if they strictly classify it as a third-person shooter, then it will be graded and compared with, like, Call of Duty and those type of games. But if they grade it as a live service, then... Well, I guess they're going to grade it as a Call of Duty. It's going to be like a Call of Duty, because it's a shooter at the end of the day, and it's not on mobile. Is it on mobile? I don't think it is. Oh, yeah. Let me see. How do I get to the... Look at this. They already hit all these milestones. The goal was 30 million, and they already exceeded that. So... Yeah, where is the gameplay for this game? I think they have some gameplay, isn't this? I don't know. Where's... I thought they would have gameplay in that thing. I don't know. Where's like the Western-made gacha games like this? How come it's always like Chinese studios making these type of games? Like, they figured something out, man. Like, Chinese game development just kind of came out of nowhere and just, like, they've figured out what to do. Like, they've taken Japanese aesthetics and they have combined that with loot box style repetitive gameplay, and they've figured it out somehow. Like, I don't understand why there's no Western studio that has attempted to make a game like this. Like, it's mind-boggling why nobody has figured this out. Like, the Chinese development studios, they figured it out. Like, they're all kind of following the leader now. Like, Genshin Impact, well, okay, there was other games before Genshin Impact, but Genshin Impact was the first one that had huge commercial success outside of the local market. Like, it's basically international and became like this massive sensation. And now you've got all these other games, like this one, that are attempting to claim a piece of that pie. So it's like, how come there's no Japanese developer with a big Genshin Impact clone? And how come there's no Western developer that has done anything like this yet? You know what I mean? You love the cloud sync progress? Yeah, I've gotten so used to that. I've gotten so used to that because I use so many different machines. Like, I'll log in to do dailies on, like, Threadripper. Or if I'm using this machine, I'll just use this one. Instead of... Oh, the character names? Hold on, where are the character names? Instead of Ling Yang, we would have Jennifer Smith. What? And then you got these edgelord Sephiroth looking ripoffs like this. Calcharo? Baiji? Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, like, see, here's the thing, guys. The problem with, well, not a problem. The thing is, this is allowing the Chinese market or the Chinese companies, and the thing is, they technically represent the Chinese market, but this is literally just them exporting and exerting like their cultural soft power. This is basically a form of soft power, you know, because this is how Japan basically got so popular outside of Japan in the last, what is it, like almost ever, basically since World War II ended. Japan basically built the reputation up over decades. So China is now doing the same thing. So it's like, why can't the West do something similar? You know what I mean? Like, obviously the Hollywood movies and all that kind of stuff, so that's well understood. But from a gaming standpoint, are we always confined to Call of Duty? And that's all it is? Like, Call of Duty? Like, Call of Duty, when I think of Western games, I think of The Witcher 3, Call of Duty, I guess Battlefield, which is kind of like Call of Duty. I think of Halo, Gears of War, Fall Guys. I mean, that's a different one. That's not a shooter. Age of Empires, StarCraft, a lot of the racing games, although Gran Turismo is a Japanese-made game. Minecraft, yes, Minecraft, Fortnite. I think of those, but yeah, when you look at Fortnite's another shooter, you know, like, I'm trying to think of other genres that are not just the same genre. That's why I said Fall Guys. What's another one? Like, oh, Baldur's Gate 3. League of Legends, Dota, Team Fortress is another shooter, World of Warcraft. I basically think of like Blizzard and EA and Ubisoft. Like those guys, and then I guess Bethesda is in there, and whoever made The Witcher, I forget the name of the people that made The Witcher and Cyberpunk 2077. But yeah, see, those are the Western games. Then you have Japanese games. I think Final Fantasy, the Persona series, the Yakuza series. There's a whole bunch of RPGs besides Persona and Final Fantasy. See Project Red. Thank you. Yes. And then Korean, when I think of like Korean games, I think of just like MMOs. I don't know what else they have besides MMOs. I mean, I know they have like some mobile games, but I don't really play a lot of mobile games. So when I think of Korean games, I think of, okay, obviously Lies of P, Stellar Blade, but those are relatively new. But I really think of stuff like Black Desert, Bless Unleashed, or Blessed, what is it? Blessed? Wasn't no Lineage, I think was a Western game. I can't remember. Continent of the Ninth Seal, Magna Carta. These are kind of like the Korean games. Vindictus, I think, is another one. Um, that's what I think of. CD Projekt Red is a Polish studio. Korea is only just getting into regular titles outside of MMOs. Yeah, I never understood why the Korean gaming market is like it's confined to like three genres. You have MMOs, you have shooters, and the shooters are always like Western games. Like Apex Legends is really popular over there. Counter-Strike is really popular over there. You know, like, so they've got shooters, they've got MMOs, and I guess RTS was very, very popular. Like StarCraft was extremely popular. It still is kind of popular, but you don't really hear much about RTS over there anymore. And then the third one would be, what did I say earlier? I said MMOs and, oh, fighting games. They are into fighting games like Tekken, Street Fighter. But that's within the Korean gamer demographic. Fighting games are still very much a niche, just like it is everywhere else. So, but they play them. So, and that's pretty much it, as far as I know. So it's like MMOs and shooters, and that's basically it. That's it, you know? Now they're doing like these Souls-like games, if the studio wants to make them. And then obviously they have the gacha games like everybody else. But the gacha games are just the gacha games. You know, like that's just like mobile stuff. Like, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to gacha games, if the gacha game is not on PC, I'm not going to play it. Like, I don't play like mobile games that, you know, they're like, you know, whatever. They don't have like the quality production values that the PC games have. And that's what makes some of those gacha games really unique. Like Genshin Impact, that's the poster child of like a high-end, high-quality gacha game. In fact, it's so high quality that I would actually play it. Whereas a lot of this other stuff like Fate, whatever online, like I'll never play that. That one game that the people that made Stellar Blade made, I'll never play that. You know, like, stuff like that. There's like tons of those type of games that I'll never touch. They're just mobile games. So it has to be like a AAA fused with the mobile game and scalable onto PC and make use of the PC's capabilities for me to actually attempt to play the game. You have to play it with someone else. I don't know. I don't know. No, I mean they have the same access to consoles and stuff, but consoles never really took off in a lot of parts of Asia. And that's why China, like the Chinese gaming market has always been like mobile and PC. It's never really taken off. Like consoles is what I'm saying. Like it's always been like those two platforms. And that's the reason why the vast majority of the gacha games are typically mobile games, and a lot of them get adapted to PC. Like a lot of these new ones, like this one, for example. This one's playable on PC. So I think this one's going to be really popular. Mobile gaming is huge in Asia because of how easy it is to get a phone. Yeah, well, I mean, not a lot of people are going to bother playing on PC. Well, the thing is, you can still get a cheap phone in the other markets. There are cheap phone options. They're just not going to be as good as the high-end phones. But I think it's pretty much the same over there. Because back in the day, like, I remember when Japan had the flip phones, and then the iPhone came out, and the iPhone was so successful that it basically cracked that market, and changed the Japanese cellular market completely. Like, if you think of the Japanese cell phone market in the early 2000s, there was literally like two phones that everybody had. It was either that one flip phone that had the cameras, or it was the other one that only had like the one camera. They didn't have the face camera. I forget what the phone was though. And like everyone had the same phone. In the US you had Motorola and Samsung had their flip phones. I forget who the other ones were, but I know like Motorola was really big once upon a time. But then it changed. So someone in Indonesia can get the S23 FE for over $100 US less than what? Oh, okay. Nokia was the benchmark for phones. Yeah, that was the company. I couldn't remember the name. Nokia. Yes. Yes. Nokia was like one of the big ones. Nokia, Motorola. Those were the two really big ones that I remember. But then the iPhone came out. And that changed everything. That was basically what brought... Okay, there was also BlackBerry. There was the BlackBerry from Research in Motion. But that was like the really expensive phone that had the keyboard and stuff. And very few people had it. And then there was also like all the flip... Do you guys remember like the Razr? The Motorola Razr? I remember when that was really popular. That was like 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. That was like right before the iPhone. And that was kind of the height. That was the peak of the flip phone era. The Motorola Razr was like the coolest looking phone back in the day. Then the iPhone came out. In 2007, everything changed. Everything changed. Apple, like with that one phone, they changed the entire landscape of phones as we know it. That ushered in the era of the apps. The Apple Store with the apps. The App Store. And then Google with the Dream 1 or the HTC, what was it? The Google G1 or something was the first Android phone, the official one from Google. I think it was like HTC was the OEM. That was 2008. That was it. Those two phones, that started the iOS versus Android war that has existed pretty much the whole time since then. Blackberries were still popular for a while. Blackberries didn't really start falling off until like 2010, 2011, because it took a while for the app ecosystem. What killed BlackBerry was the apps. It was the app development on the Apple and the Android platforms is what killed BlackBerry. In fact, I think it was really the Android phones that killed BlackBerry, because you know how Apple is. They're always going to charge so much money, and they have their own little ecosystem, and no one can really copy them. So if it wasn't for Android, I think Android is really what killed a lot of these well-established cellular providers. Like the cell phones of the 2000s, they were basically just destroyed. Like they were decimated over the course of like 3 to 5 years. Nokia tried to come back a few years ago with an Android phone. BlackBerry tried with Android. Yeah, I mean, they tried to adapt, but I don't know, it just didn't work. And also the other thing too was the Android phones and the iPhone, they could get subsidized through the cellular providers. Now, I don't know how they managed to do that, but I remember how you could get like an iPhone 4 or a 3GS or an Evo 4G or a Droid 2 or whatever for like you could get it for like $200 with a 2-year contract from like AT&T or Verizon or I don't know if T-Mobile was doing stuff back then. I think they were. Yeah, they were around. And Sprint. And they had their own little versions. Like Verizon had their CDMA and AT&T was GSM and all this stuff. And the SIM card wars between the cellular providers. Meanwhile, you had Android and iPhone fighting each other. And this basically played out globally, no matter where you were in the world. Motorola is in the low to mid end for Android right now. They even have high end? What? Well, a lot of the OEMs got into the market with Android. Like Sony started making the Xperia phones. Motorola was able to adjust, though. Motorola did really good for a while. Like Motorola had the Droid. It had the Droid X, which was my very first Android phone. It had the Droid 2. It had a number of phones for a while, but then eventually it just kind of, I don't know what happened to Motorola. They just kind of like exited the market or something. At least they stopped competing. LG was really big. Man, LG had like the most fantastic innovative phones ever. Like LG was like so good, but nobody knew about them. Like I don't understand. Like every time like I would see an LG phone, I'd be like, "Man, how did I not know about this thing?" But I would always find out about the LG phone after I got a different phone. So it's like now I can't get that phone because I'm already locked into this other one. The LG G2, the LG man, they had like a lot of really interesting phones. The G5. Yeah. The other one who was also innovative, probably the only one who was still innovative, is Sony. Sony Xperia. Sony Xperia. I currently use a Sony Xperia. Like, that's what I'm using. I think this one. Yeah, this one. Sony Xperia 1.3, I think, from 2021. Yeah, this is my current phone. The Sony Xperia 1.3. So I think the 6, is it the 6? Yeah, the 6 is coming out this year. The 6. Yeah. Because this is one of the few phones that still has the 3.5 millimeter audio jack. It still has that. And it still has the micro SD card slot. So it has dual SIM, micro SD card. It has the 3.5 jack. It's got the fast charging support. It's got the USB-C 3.0, whatever. I mean, it's got all that stuff. And it's got like a 4K screen, although I think that's kind of overkill on these type of phones. In fact, I was reading the other day that the upcoming Sony Xperia 1.6 is not going to have a 4K screen. But that's the thing. Like, the phones these days, most of them, they don't have these things. So it's like, the way I see it is now, if you want those type of features, it's almost just as bad as the motherboards with the postcode debug LED. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want a phone that has 3.5 millimeter and micro SD and dual SIM, all that stuff, I don't really care about the 4K screen because that at this resolution, as long as the camera can film and take pictures at 4K or above, that's all that matters. Like, the screen itself doesn't need to be 4K because that just wastes battery life. I mean, it's pointless. So unless you're using the phone for VR, and no one really does it anymore. So, that's that. But this is a really good phone, but you have to pay like a ton of money. So I bought this secondhand. I bought this in last year, I think. Yeah, last year. It was literally a year ago, actually. It was May of last year that I got this phone, I think secondhand. And so I paid way, way less than the actual retail price because this thing was new in 2021. So I figured nowadays, like, phones are so stupid expensive. And I'm not really a phone enthusiast. So it's like I'd rather buy a XTX or something. Like rather than pay $1,000 for a phone, I'd rather pay $1,000 for a graphics card. So, and I typically keep my phone for multiple years. Like the phone I had before this was a OnePlus 5 from 2017. So I had my phone for like 6 years. You know what I'm saying? So I don't upgrade my phone that often, is what I'm saying. So, but I needed to keep these features like 3.5-inch audio, blah, blah, blah. I want all that stuff. But the Xperia is one of the few phones that still has that. Like, you can't get that on a Samsung anymore. You haven't been able to get that on an Apple, as far as I know. I remember when Apple did the dumb little thing where they had the cutout where it like covers over some of the LCD. So they had this dumb LCD with this big notch in it. That was like one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. Like that to me is like a complete deal breaker. You're looking at getting a Pixel 9. Sony Xperia 5.3. The 5.3 is a different phone. This is not a 5.3. This is better than a 5.3. This is the Sony Xperia. So this is where Sony needs to do a better job with their with their marketing, with their product naming, because the Xperia 1 is the flagship, not the 5. The 5 is the more budget. Like this one is like an XTX. The 5 is like an XT. You know what I'm saying? Like the 1 is better than the 5. Like yeah, so the way it works is Xperia 1 is the flagship. Like it's the best one in the lineup. It's number 1. Think of it that way. It is number 1. It is the best one. The Roman numeral indicates the generation. So like the 3 was 2021. The Sony Xperia 1 3 was 2021. The Sony Xperia 1 4 is 2022. The Sony Xperia 1 5 is last year. Can you root Sony phones? I don't see why you can't, because it's just an Android phone, although I could be wrong. I don't know. But yeah, I was basically forced to go to Sony because OnePlus doesn't have the 3.5-inch anymore. And I feel like one I bought into OnePlus when they were really starting. They were not really that popular. Like I got OnePlus 5 and that was when they were starting to get noticed. But I remember when I would tell people, like people would see my phone and they'd be like, "What phone is that?" And I'd be like, "It's the OnePlus 5." And they're like, "Oh, they didn't even know what that was. Like, they never heard of it before." But now everybody who has Android phones, they know about OnePlus. So OnePlus is popular now, and they've started doing stuff like removing things that I want in the phone. And when they did that, I'm like, okay, goodbye. I'm not buying another OnePlus because you guys went and like, you basically joined the dark side and don't actually have a phone that has the things that I want anymore. So, because I was really happy with my OnePlus 5. In fact, that was probably the best phone that I ever had. I actually, technically, I like that phone better than the Xperia 1 3, even though it's much older. Just because I like how that one is a wider phone. This one is a taller and narrower phone, whereas I actually prefer slightly wider and shorter phones than like taller and narrower. Because this is like a 21:9 aspect ratio when it's in landscape. You have a 7A. You like the OnePlus 7 Pro. They had to take away that 3.5mm though. I would have had a OnePlus if they still kept the 3.5mm. The charging, battery and charging are kind of bad now. Yeah. This is my OnePlus phone. The OnePlus 5. OnePlus 5. Not the OnePlus 5T, not the 3T. No, the regular OnePlus 5. This phone, I got this phone in 2017. It had 8 gigabytes of RAM. 8 gigabytes of RAM in a smartphone in 2017 was a big deal. That was future proof. That was future proof. This was the most RAM you could get in a phone. To put things into perspective, the Galaxy Note 2 was also new in 2017. That phone, that massive thing from Samsung, had 6 gigs of RAM. So this had 2 gigabytes more of memory. Yeah, well, if you're buying new, or if you're buying like current generation, or even like last year's model, the Sony Xperia is like one of the only phones that still offer a 3.5mm audio jack. Because I wanted to stay with OnePlus. I actually really like OnePlus, but they just kind of, I don't know, they screwed up. So Sony it is. Because for years I always wanted to get a Sony phone, but then I would always find a phone that did something better than the Sony phone. Like I remember I wanted to get a Sony phone in 2014, and I ended up getting a Samsung Galaxy S5 because the S5 had a removable battery. It had well, all the phones, a lot of them had 3.5 inch, but it had a removable battery and it had the SD card. So I was good there. Fast forward till now, you know, like Samsung, I mean, no phones now have removable batteries anymore, and a lot of them don't have micro SD cards, and a lot of them don't have the 3.5 now. So finally, I was like, okay, now I finally go to Sony, not because Sony's better, it's just because everyone else basically disqualified themselves from the competition, as far as I look at it. So leaving Sony as like the only one left, so that's the go-to now. Phones went all the way on aspect ratios above 16.9. Yeah. Yeah, this one I think is what, 21:9? It can shoot 4K. I don't know. They claim that. Am I looking at the same? Yeah, no, this is it, but I don't know. I wish this phone. One thing I don't like about it is the button. The button is on the side, and I like when the button is on the bottom of the front or on the very back. Like I don't like that the fingerprint slash button, and it's a physical button. It's not a touch capacitive button. They actually have a physical button here on the side to unlock the phone, and I don't like how thin it is. I would have much preferred that it was either down here, like on my old OnePlus, because the OnePlus 5 had it down here, or like the OnePlus 5T, I think moved it to the back. So that's the one thing I don't like about the Sony phone, because sometimes like it doesn't activate or doesn't unlock instantly, because you have to press the button instead of like use the fingerprint to unlock the phone. It's just kind of annoying. So yeah, that's the one thing I don't like about it. I also don't like that it's so tall. The OnePlus was shorter. I actually like the form factor of the other one, but yeah, that's some people would prefer the taller and skinnier phones. It's under the screen and is perfect. Yeah, yeah, I know, right? Like the man, I need to duplicate the tab. So wait, you have the 7 Pro? This one? Or no, T? I don't even know what the current generation is anymore. This one. Yeah. $12 is current? Wait, what? Oh, you have the 7. But 12 is the current generation? Man, how often do they release phones? Oh, this was 2021. Successor 10. 11. 11 was last year. 12 is this year. Wow. You have a cheap phone, which is a Samsung A42. See, what is that? Samsung A42. A42? How come it's not listed? How come the Wikipedia goes from 32 to 52? It says the predecessor was the... Oh, wait, the 51? The 50? GSM Arena to search for the phone. Samsung A42. Okay, this was released in November of 2020. Okay. So it's a little bit older than the Xperia that I'm using, because mine's from 2021. So it's got the micro SD. Okay. Oh, it's got 3.5 inch. Wi-Fi 5. Yeah, I like the size of this one. The size of this one looks more like the old OnePlus 5 that I had. Yeah. Because, see, I don't change my phones that often. So, like, if I do Sony Xperia 1 3, yeah, this is what I have. See, this is what I have. So 6, see, look at that. Look at that ridiculous screen resolution for such a small device. 3840 by 1644 on a 6.5 inch screen. That is so pointless. 12 gigs of RAM. 12 gigs of RAM in a phone. It released in, what is this? August 25th, 2021. You find 430. Oh, you mean the Pixel? Yeah. You know, I need to check why. Okay, yeah. So this thing can do like 120 FPS? Really? There must be some kind of weird setting because I don't remember 120 FPS being a thing on my phone camera. Like, I know it can do 4K 60, but 4K 120? I don't know if that's a mistake or what. I need to look into that because I don't remember this being an option. 4K 120? Wi-Fi 6? USB Type-C 3.1? I mean, that is whatever. I hate how phones don't have removable batteries anymore. I hate that. Why is this phone, like, more expensive than it was when I bought it? Like, why is the US dollar price $904? Like, wasn't the retail price of this like $1,000 or something? Google can do better on older Sony sensors on a budget phone than Sony or iPhone. You mean the processing? Yeah, it has to do with the software. It's the software algorithms for the post-processing of the image. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that is another thing too that I found a little bit underwhelming. The Sony Xperia 1 III has like a really good lens. And you can take really good wide shots because it has like a telephoto that actually has an optical zoom on one of those lenses. But the software processing on it is not as good as like a Google. Like a Pixel does a better job than this. It depends on what you think though, because like Apple, I feel like Apple sometimes tends to brighten up the image too much, but it does look good most of the time. So Apple is doing something right on average. Pixel 7a best photo of the year. Yeah, I mean, I knew. Yeah, a Pixel's always been better than like most. Samsung also used to have a problem with oversaturation. But yeah. All right, guys. Well, that's. We were talking about like stuff that it's like way off topic. But I guess that's gonna be it for this stream. Yeah. We're talking about old phones. That proves that there's not a lot of new technology to talk about right now. They are tech, but we're talking about old phones. We aren't even talking about new phones. See, that's the thing. Like, we're talking about old phones. But all right, that's going to be it for this stream. I will probably do a live stream featuring Ghost of Tsushima this weekend. Most likely. So be on the lookout for that. If you're new to the channel, thanks for subscribing. If you would like this sort of content and you have not subscribed yet and you're not convinced, check out some of the videos on some of the topics related to DDR5 or the motherboards, because we often tend to cover things that you don't really see talked about too much on a lot of the larger tech channels. So there's a lot of content out there on GPUs and CPUs, but there's not a lot of content on memory and motherboards and that sort of thing. So that isn't to say that we don't cover the others. I do cover GPUs too when it's appropriate, but we're kind of in an off season right now. If you've been listening, I mean, you're well aware, like the new hardware's coming out later this year, so then we'll definitely shift focus back to the applicable hardware. So if you're new to the channel, you like this sort of content, this PC open forum discussion like this, we do it every Thursday evenings. And we sometimes do live streams focusing on the gaming aspect on the weekend, but that's not guaranteed, so it just kind of depends on my availability. That being said, looking forward to what's coming out later this year, and we'll be covering some of the game releases as they show up, like Ghost of Tsushima, for example, on PC. We'll be looking at FSR and DLSS and XESS as well, so stay tuned for that. I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here, guys, and I will catch you guys next week on the next episode of This Week in Tech. Until then, take care, and I'll see you next time. Thanks.